born in Vancouver. But as wonderful as Andrea and Vancouver are, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto.
Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by.
The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and in public parks. What are you doing?
I'm just directing. Continue.
For well over a century.
And now this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals.
Facing elimination for weeks, 8 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen-size share of the $1 million prize pool.
Oh! And it's just made!
Sensational!
This is the most shocking day that we have ever had.
My friends, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC Finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all.
Hello. We are here for the quarterfinals of the Global Chess Championship, and I have with me two special guests and grandmasters, Grandmaster Abhijit Gupta and Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan. Hi guys.
Hi Harshit. Hi Abhijit. Good to be back. Good to be back for the big event, the quarterfinal, a tournament which began as the World Championship. It's the Chess.com Global Championship now, and we are down to the last 8.
Yeah, glad to be back as hosting the Chess.com event, and also because our boy Nihal is playing here, and this is such a big occasion because not that many Indians has qualified for this event. At the back end of the event, and it just feels like honor and privilege just to be part of this, and just to be right now just seeing Nihal's games and like seeing how at the end how he just outplays, or how he just somehow brings his maestro out of his opponent.
Yeah, I remember in the last match he was playing Ding Liren, and it was very unclear who the favorite was, because Nihal is very good in blitz and rapid, and of course Ding is one of the strongest players. But Nihal just completely outplayed Ding Liren in that match, and it was a very smooth victory for him.
Yeah, I remember seeing one of your broadcasts with Soumya, where you were, I think, commenting, Harshit, you were commentating with Soumya, where out of some normal position, you're just cruising just like that, I don't have words to describe it, just because it was so immaculate, it was so easy, it just felt so easy, in the sense that the way when you were watching the game. So, and by the way, today is playing Sam Sevian.
Yes, because he was supposed to play Levon Aronian in the quarterfinals that we had discussed before, but I think Levon just became a father very recently. I think 2 weeks back. So he must be having to, deal with that and have some personal time. And he's been replaced by Sam Sevian, another extremely strong player. Also played in the US Championships recently. So I don't know, Srinath, maybe you can dive in and tell us some more about how this changed your preparation and how you fare Levon versus Sevian.
Nihal has been preparing mostly on his own for this tournament, the faster events in general. And with regard to Sam, Nihal did play against him in one of the earliest speeches matches, the Junior Speeches Championship. So there is some history there. Sam managed to win that one. This was in 2019. And Nihal was much younger. Sam was also much younger, but he's always been a bit older than Nihal, if that makes sense. And Sam won that match quite convincingly, but since then, Nihal has been just incredible in all the chess.com events. He won the Junior Speed Chess Championship in 2020. He qualified to the Speed Chess, the main event. He lost against, I think, Maximo Shelagra. And in 2021, once again, he won the Junior Speed Chess Championship, just winning the final by a massive margin. In this case, he managed to reach till the semi-finals of the Speed Chess Championship, defeating Richard Rapport and I think Alexander Grischuk, losing only to Wesley So in the semi-finals. So Nihal has been, I think, clearly the best Indian player in chess.com events. This format, these speed chess formats, it has been quite to his strengths. And he's also been getting better with each match, both in terms of how he has fared from 2019 and also look at his path to the Global Chess Championship finals. He started with a 3-2 win against Mamedo, winning in the Armageddon. And that Armageddon game was quite shaky. Nihal was quite lost at one point, but he turned it around somehow, whichever situation. You never count Nihal out in the speeches events. And then a very convincing 1.5 win against Vladimir Kramnik, former world champion and a legend. And then beating Ding Liren in just 3 games. So he's gotten better with each match here. Of course, he's not going to be able to win in 2 games. That's going to be impossible. But you never know. He's just been incredibly good.
And if we can just quickly look at all the 4 quarterfinals that we are having today, one of them is Nihal versus Sam Sevian. Then we have Anish Giri playing against Timur Radjabov. Radjabov having a very nice win against Nepomniachtchi in the previous match. And then we have So Wesley versus Andrekin. And the big match, as some could say, is Nakamura versus Duda. So it's going to be very interesting to see how those matches play out too. And just to remind some of the viewers that Nihal is going to be playing from Belgrade in Serbia, along with Andrekin and Radjabov, because they had issues getting the visa for Canada, and the rest of the players will be playing from Toronto, Canada, which is the main venue for this event. What do you guys think? Who are the favorites? Like, if you were to choose from every quarterfinal one favorite.
Yeah, before I say anything, I just like to comment about like what Srinath just said, like, big monologue about Nihal, spoken like a true coach, of a student, where where everything has to be, pinpoint to your student. But
there we see Nihal.
We see Nihal. But after having said all that, it's just still wonderful to see Nihal, because the leap and bounds he has achieved last few years, it's commendable. And kudos to Srinath and like everybody, who is around Nihal, who has been, nurturing him, who's been focusing on him, to grow from level to level. And we all know it is not easy. It is not easy to grow like at any age of time, but he's been going at such a speed which is commendable, and kudos to you, Srinath, and everybody who's around you. But yeah, we see on the screen now Hikaru's back after winning his World Fisher Championship. I don't know how Fisher Random Championship, World Chess
Fisher
960
Random World Championship.
Yeah, and he's again playing chess over the board, or not over the board, but online. But it feels like, when you can see the opponent, feels like over the board, but still.
But it's a very good fact, because I think that whenever it is online, and even if they're playing in front, I think that whenever they play with a mouse, I just feel like Nakamura has like a 5% or 10% advantage immediately.
Could be.
Yeah.
Also on the same thing, I would like to add one more thing, that Nakamura is again not he doesn't consider himself like a professional chess player, although he's like world champion in a certain format in chess. He's still not professional, So it just goes to shows like the amount of talent and just the amount of passion he has for chess. Like he comes off from his sleep and plays a tournament. He wins it in his sleep also. He can do the same thing. So just goes to say is like the amount of talent. Just goes to say amount of his dedication towards it. And
But I
yeah,
also think the trick that he says I'm not a professional so that he doesn't have any pressure on himself, and it just takes the pressure off his shoulders so he can play freely.
But the professional also means like he gets more money from different stream of his profession than from chess. Yeah, so if he's getting more money than from chess, then I'm sure he should not call himself chess professional, which he does not anyway. So, so I
I
feel he's
mean,
right in
he's
certain
getting the
way.
money from chess, yeah, just not from playing chess in a traditional way, but it is from chess. And in a way, I think it's also from playing chess because Hikaru's streams are, I think, like 80% playing chess some way or another. So, I mean, whatever way he's earning, whatever professional thing he's doing, ultimately it still boils down to playing chess.
Tomato.
And the games have started, guys.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if Nihal has started yet, but we have Nakamura versus Duda, the game which I have on my screen right now. And Knight G5, G6 has just been played. I think it was a Petrov defense.
Yeah. So before we get the game on the screen, Srinath, like before we could, what is the prediction for the whole thing? Like this is a 8-game match. We have like 4 games 1 day, 4 game one day. What do you think will be the result for today's 4 matches, 4 games?
Yeah.
Let's say.
So random, but maybe we start with the 2-2 in Nihal's match.
2-2 in Nihal's match.
What do you guys predict?
No, I feel Nihal is slightly favorite, so I would give him at least 2.5, 1.5. I mean, if not more than that. But the thing is, like, whoever is like wins today's match, like let's say today's 4th set, is going to be definitely favorite, but also gets a psychological advantage for tomorrow. Because, and I feel Nihal is one of those guys who thrives, like when he's a little bit ahead, like in very small sort of margin also. He can sort of defend his lead. There are people who who wants to go all in when they're like behind and when they're chasing the leader. But there are also people who are like can hold off people who are just behind your tail. There are many racers like Schumacher, for instance, or like Fernando Alonso, for instance, where they are very good defender when they're leading the race. I feel Nihal is also one of those guys where he can just sort of fend all these uh, little attacks from sides here and there. I don't know whether he can win like 6 games in a row, but he can for sure, if he wins one game, he can for sure fend the small threats here and there.
So this
is my prediction.
We also have some games starting to quickly. Maybe we can go over the predictions. Srinath predicts 2-2 for Nihal. Abhijit predicts 2.5, 1.5 for Nihal, and I think I'm going to go with Abhijit here, giving Nihal the edge here, 2.5, 1.5, and we have Nakamura and Jan on the screen. Maybe we can focus on this game as we have a lot of moves being played here. Knight h3 has been just played by Nakamura here, but the pawn is definitely putting some pressure on the king side. And what do you guys think about this position? I feel that white definitely has some pressure even on the clock.
Yeah, this setup, it came out of a Petrov, and I think Duda is quite faithful to this particular setup. The line with bishop f5 and bishop e7. This can get quite tricky and dangerous, and white has a lot of these little tries which can really test black. And it looks like Hikaru has picked out one of these tries. He's come out quite well prepared, despite having played the Fisher Random World Championship just a week ago. Title Tuesday yesterday, winning the title Tuesday, as always. But I think Hikaru has come out well prepared despite being so incredibly busy. And as with any match, I think Hikaru is definitely the starts as the favorite here as well.
It's as if whatever match he plays, he starts as a favorite whenever it is online, except if he's playing a person whose initials are MC.
Absolutely. And on chess.com, I think even the exception is not quite, at least it's not quite there so far, because Hikaru did win last few title Tuesdays when Magnus has played. He won the Speed Chess Championship in which Magnus played. So I think Hikaru is kind of like the king of chess.com events, if you had to give a title like that. And he's very far from being dethroned.
Jan is thinking in this position. We also have another game, So Wesley versus Andrekin. And we have some sort of a Sicilian Taimanov variation. Also, guys, what do you... Okay.
So anyway, in this position, like with Hikaru and Duda, I feel like I remember like when we were commentating. I'm sure Srinath will also remember this, when we were commentating with Vishy during the World Championship candidates. He was like, he sort of complimented Hikaru a lot in the sense that he was able to guess his opponent's opening very quickly, and he used to prepare in the sense that he would get his positions for sure. Doesn't matter whatever his opponent is going to play, he was getting his position at least with white pieces.
Yeah.
So again, I think he has gotten his position. I don't know the objective evaluation of the position, but it feels like white is slightly more pleasant. Time-wise, he's definitely more than slightly pleasant. And yeah, like for somehow like for Hikaru's caliber, like it is normal, but also he's been working outside in the sense that it's not actually working on the openings, let's say directly in the openings, or like directly like as a professional how they work, and still he sort of gets his positions.
And knight e6 was played, and already a lot of tricks and tactics have been possible. Abhijit, what do you think? Does white have any tricks here?
I just feel bishop on e5 seems to be a very good piece if you just put bishop on e5, and if f4, then knight g4 in general. But if not f4, like generally, I feel there is a big hole on e5 and something has to be put there.
What if you can put your knight on e5 somehow?
Yeah, I was just calculating that variation. You start with head g,
and knight g4,
and now knight g4.
Wow.
So you take on g4.
Then you just, if you take on g4,
at least you start with that.
Yeah.
Because you need to have this knight on e6 to defend on g7 after queen into g6 check. So and here, at the very least, I thought white had some rook into e7 going.
Wow. It's Diwali Dhamaka.
Yeah, and queen takes e7, and now I think knight g5.
Knight g5, yeah.
And this square is
knight
also
g5 should do it.
With the knight. So queen to h7 is unstoppable. The only move is queen into g5, but white is winning here. So knight e6, h6, h6, knight g4.
Knight g4. No, I really like it.
Knight e5, it's a huge piece there.
Yeah, and I feel Hikaru will 100% play this. This is the kind of stuff Hikaru plays in Bullet.
But exactly, this is the kind of stuff you play in Bullet just without thinking about it, or even in a blitz. But in a normal game, like 15 minutes is I feel it's more towards classical than a blitz game, 15 minutes, because you have couple of you have
and knight g4 has been played, guys.
Wow.
This is amazing stuff. In less than 2 minutes of thought, he found knight to g4. Amazing idea. Trying to put his knight on e5. Black cannot take, of course. And if black cannot take on g4, Srinath, this already looks like a very decisive advantage.
Completely agree. And, following up on what Abhijit was saying, Harshit, another big difference in the format here is this has only a 2 second increment. It's a 15-minute game, but usually you have 10-second increment in all the formats, all the major events. Here you have only a 2 second increment, which means if you do go down on time, which is what is happening to Duda right now, he's under a lot of pressure over the board, but also he's under incredible pressure on the clock. He has 4 minutes less than Hikaru. And if you do go down on time, it's going to be very hard to get that time back. You're not going to get it with a few moves. So this is, I think, another factor which is in the favor of your popular chess.com players, Hikaru, Nihal, and all those people who play regularly.
And guys, we have the big game starting, the game we are all waiting for. Nihal Sarin playing with the black pieces against Sevian Sam, sorry.
Yeah, it is Samuel Sabin. It is okay. No problem about it. But yeah. So as we can see on the screen, like Nihal is, you cannot see his face. Yeah.
Over, he played knight c3, h6 here. A rare variation, maybe trying to prevent bishop g5, some subtleties, knight f3, knight f6, and now we transpose into a slightly more known territory, but still unknown. G3, knight c6, quickly going through the first few moves. Knight b4, queen d2, dc4, and knight e5 is the live position on the board that we have now.
It's transposed into some kind of a Catalan. And Nihal does play a lot of these ideas with h6. It's at one point it used to be a way to get out of theory because it was like a brand new variation, quite unfamiliar. But I think that was at least a year ago, and now it has been quite caught up. And Sam looks to have been prepared for this.
Started with the time, he still has 15 minutes on the clock, which means that he was not very surprised with option of h6. And Nihal in the early thing here, but it's never the question of time with Nihal. It's only the question of how he's doing on the board, because he's always able to manage the time very well, even if he gets very low on the clock. But a big decision here because he goes c5.
And again, the fundamental problem here, Harshit, as with a lot of these openings starting from 1d4, this bishop on c8, it's not so easy for black to develop it. With this bishop on g2 watching over it. So black will always be under a bit of pressure on the queen side. And with the pawn on c5, you don't have the option of playing the pawn to c6 anymore, which is usually an effective way of blunting the bishop. Usually there is a pawn on d5, a pawn on c6, protecting you from that queen side pressure. With this committal move c5, what happens is it becomes harder to play against the g2 bishop.
But I honestly don't think that black is under that much of a pressure right now, because it seems like even though he is slightly passive, it's still pretty solid, and it would definitely be that black would have to make a lot of precise moves in order to not, for example, have something like queen d4, rook d1, and knight d6, and the knight on d6 would be very strong.
But can you take queen d4 now?
Queen d4.
No, I think you said it very precisely, Harshit. Like black has to make a lot of precise moves, not to get slightly worse, and which is the whole point of this system, where bishop on g2 puts a hole in the system where b7 pawn is always undefended, and because of bishop on c8, rook on a8 cannot come out in the game.
Yeah.
So, and bishop cannot come very easily to d7 and to c6 just to isolate this, or to just to come, towards this bishop on g2. So, yeah, this is the whole point of the system. And yeah, like queen d4 is possible. Let's try to just see some lines with knight c2 maybe.
Knight
Queen
C,
d6.
Queen D6. I guess taking
Yeah,
on A1 makes
knight
sense.
a1. Yeah, knight on a1, I guess. Yeah.
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 No. You have to take queen d6, I
Yeah.
guess. No?
d6 first.
No,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
You have
because
to trade the
Queen
queens because there's
D8,
And
Knight
knight
A3,
a3 or knight e3. Yeah. Or
and
knight e3. One of them.
the bishop
Yeah.
will
yeah.
just move, and this knight has no square because the b3 is blocked by the pawn, and knight on a3 controls c2. So a very nice point is to take on d6, so that after knight a1 now there is no knight a3, and the c2 square cannot be covered.
Yeah, which also brings us to this point, yeah, where white shouldn't start with queen d6, I think, but just play queen d3 after knight c2. And after knight a1, I was thinking knight d6.
And knight,
but then knight c2, the variation still goes on.
Oh, knight c2 is still you cannot take. Oh, but now maybe you have knight c8, queen d3, knight e7. No, you don't, because then our knight is trapped. Because now
all these things which these guys
E7,
need to.
king h7, ed3, and now trying to trap black's knight, our knight is
The other rook.
The other rook, because
yeah.
so many tricks in this.
Maybe bishop f4
simple
and bishop d6
position.
if this rook. Yeah, it is.
It's endless, guys. It's endless. So just to highlight how tricky it can get very quickly, I think knight c4, cd4, queen d4 was indeed played by Sevian, and I think that when your opponent plays queen d4, it's very hard to play knight c2, because it just looks like without going into concrete calculations, it feels as if white should be a little ahead there.
Yeah, so bishop e7 is the other move, yeah, you would play.
Bishop to e7, trying to exchange some pieces. I think this is very logical.
But this somehow feels like slightly better for white. I was just thinking maybe if I can just take on d8 and just develop my bishop to f4 maybe. It just feels like as long as your bishop on g2 cannot be contained, it should be slightly better for white because the bishop on c8 cannot come out.
Yeah. I think I agree with that evaluation. I also feel that white definitely has the upper hand here. But it's also a kind of position which you either, grind out for a very long time, or it just fizzles out very quickly. So even Sevian will have to keep up the pressure with accurate in order to put Nihal under pressure here.
Yeah, completely agree with you.
So Bishop e7 was indeed played by Nihal here. And I guess this is one of the big decisions for Sevian, whether he wants to go for the endgame and try to get a slightly better endgame, or just make a move like queen e5, queen f4, or some move along those lines to not go into the endgame.
I feel if you're not prepared, I would certainly play queen d8 and bishop f4 because it just looks so natural to play it. And it feels like a slightly better position for white if I don't know what the computer evaluation is. But if you have seen it, maybe you would try to complicate things. But let's put like a bishop f4. Maybe black is knight d5 here. So I don't know which knight to d5, but some knight, one of the knight to d5. Maybe this knight to d5. Maybe rook d1. And black is still sort of stuck in the way that he cannot really
get the bishop out.
Yeah, get the bishop out. I don't know how he's going to develop the queen side next.
Maybe I would consider a move like this, and
then another knight to d5, yeah,
and another knight to d5, and say that.
But still, it goes on, yeah.
It's still
knight d5, rook d1, yeah.
I'm actually losing a pawn here.
Yeah, it still goes
Although
on.
It's
so
interesting look for Nihal there, though, with his red headphones and For one second, I thought it was a red color horn, and a very sleepy look from Nihal there. For a second, I thought he froze. Yeah, there you go. For one second, I thought it was a red color horn on top of his, like a devilish look, like the little devil.
What do you think he's listening to here?
So there is this song. There's this imitation of a poor or not, I'll leave for the chat to decide, but a kind of parody of Hotel California. It's called Hotel California.
Oh
And
Yeah.
so that's one song which is there in Nihal's playlist a lot.
Hotel
Not
Kerala.
by his choice, but yeah, Hotel California by the Eagles.
Wow.
It starts with YEAGLES.
And how does it start?
I would play that on stream though.
Can you how does it start? Can you hum it for us a little bit, like for 3 seconds, because we don't want to get copyright with anybody, especially from my Eagles.
I don't think that Srinath singing is going to get us any copyright.
It starts like, titatara titatara tiririro, titatara titatara tiririro, tiriro.
Wow.
This is the.
But this is not Hotel Californication but like even by music, yeah.
No, but
like
from that itself, it starts giving that flavor of California.
Oh,
Rook Date was chosen by Sevian, so he actually decided to go into that end game as we were discussing. And I was
very natural. But I would like,
before
Harshit, before you say anything, I would like to have a prediction on this game. Like what both of you think. Like what is the favorite result, and what do you think is going to happen? There are two questions. What is the favorite result in this position? Out of this position, and what do you guys think will happen?
Srinath, do you want to go first?
I think, white is definitely a favorite from this position. It's a very nice pressure, but I think it will be a draw. I think Nihal will manage to defend this. He'll manage to neutralize the pressure.
And I think so too, that Nihal is just very good in these kind of positions where white, like where his opponents has a very small advantage, but he's very good in neutralizing that. What do you think about this, Abhijit?
No, I think the same way, but I just feel like it's little bit just because we are doing it like for Chesscom India, we should not be too biased, for you for one person in general. So I would say white is slightly better, and I would say white is favorite, and I think probably Sam may, so if I have to give a computer evaluation, I would say Sam is like 0.70 right now. He's like 0.70 favorite to win the game.
Just to clear the air, I'm not biased in any way, because on one hand, it's Nihal with the black pieces, but on the other hand, it's white with the Catalan setup. So it's kind of evenly matched for me, I can't really afford to take sides just based on that.
But why do you have to say Catalan setup? I don't get it. Why are you saying this repeatedly?
I think the chat knows that. Catalan is like my baby, It's the first ever thing
The first and last thing you would care so much about.
Not the last thing, because there are other.
Congratulations, Srinath. I didn't know you were married.
In the meanwhile, Nihal is still thinking on this move. I'm not sure what kind of options or candidate moves he thinks he has. He goes for knight bd5.
Looks the most natural actually. Like in general, to block this bishop, G2 bishop, Catalan bishop. and then try to maybe come up with like bishop d7 and bishop c6, or just get rid of this bishop for a while and then think about other things in life.
And guys, if you are supporting for Nihal in this global chess championship, please do give a like and subscribe, which would give more positive energy flowing in his direction and motivation for us to keep doing this every time.
And motivation for yourself to get more diamond membership giveaways. We already have one on the stream, and the first winner is Ashish Sanskrit. Well done, Ashish. And more of questions, more of giveaways coming up. But chat, do keep those likes going.
Yes, congratulations to Ashish Sanskrit. And knight bd5 played, and Sevian is thinking, and actually we are approaching that 5-minute mark for both the players, after which it's kind of going to change the dynamic of how they approach the position with the times getting low, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the feeling that Nihal is playing a bit faster than usual, no? He started off with a 2-minute deficit, and now he is the one having more time. Feels like, I don't know, what do you decipher from Sevian's expression?
First of all, it's a lack of expression because like his face is covered with his hand like all the time. But secondly, I just feel like out of the position, like although also we have seen like Nihal has been playing so fast in very limited time. Like also you have pointed out like in the various past streams that uh, Nihal is the one guy who can play like I don't know 30 moves in 30 seconds. If given a like if he has 30 seconds, he can actually make 30 moves at least. So I don't mind like if Nihal is behind the clock, because I know he can come back. But with Sevian, I haven't seen him so much, with the how he plays like when he has less time on the clock. But he's playing knight a5, which looks fairly decent, because you again stop bishop from coming out because the b7 pawn is.
But can you play bishop d7 anyway? Is my question.
Yeah, this is a very good questions. But I can.
Yeah. So knight b7, rook b8 regains the pawn on b2, and you also don't mind this isolated pawn on d5, right?
Yeah, because I think the rook on the second rank would just be very powerful. Also, rook d1, bishop a4 is something that white needs to keep an eye on. Rook f d1, bishop a4, knight b3 stuff like rook a2 is definitely something in the air. So
there is also some bishop c3, I think, somewhere where you could just play bishop c3 and probably try to capture on d5 in the line. Maybe bishop c3 here.
But yes.
Rook e2, rook e1. Yeah, I mean, okay, it is possible to play this, but
I think that black
it is okay.
At least be happy with
black is okay. Black is okay most of the times. Yeah.
So knight a5, actually now black has a big decision, because he can either go bishop d7. B6 is of course never considered to be played because it allows a big hole on c6, and also kind of makes the bishop on g2 a little stronger. So it's definitely not going to play that. Knight into c3 is maybe another option here. After bishop to c3, put your other knight to d5. But I have to say that this knight on a5 does at least visually look a little scary, because it kind of prevents the bishop on c8 to do anything. But maybe concretely black is doing completely fine here, because if the bishop ever goes to e5, something like bishop b4 followed by bishop d7 can happen here.
But maybe you can, after bishop d7, maybe you can take twice. Let's say knight d5, bishop d5, e d5. Or maybe just go e4, maybe not bishop d5 in general. Like, so let's say after knight d5, let's just take on d5.
So you mean after knight a5,
black knight d5?
So black, what does black play? Knight
after
c3,
knight
b6
a5,
to
bishop
knight
d7. Okay. Anyway, this has happened.
Yeah, bishop d7 was actually very interesting too, as Srinath mentioned. Now we have knight c3,
Yeah.
bishop c3, knight d5 on the board.
Okay.
I feel this is more practical in the sense that you don't have to get to this structure where black has this isolated pawn on d5, because now if bishop d5, I guess he wants to take on d5 with a rook, so he doesn't care about this weak pawn on d5. But on the other hand, I mean, if I want, I can still play bishop d2, and you still have to develop the bishop on c8. So it is more or less very similar to what we
Bishop
are discussing
d2
anyway.
has been played.
Like
Yeah.
if okay, bishop d2 has been played. So maybe black has.
Yeah, the question is if he's ready to allow this kind of a position in general, and how he assesses this position, where black has an isolated pawn, but he also has two bishops, and also probably a lot of activity with rook c8, even something like bishop b5, bishop f6, many diagonals.
First of all, the question is how do we assess this position? So how do we assess this position? Like, I don't know Harshit, how do you assess this position?
I think that White's knight is not yet on d4, and it's going to take him a few moves, and I think that in that few moves black will be able to create enough counterplay at least. So I think black is completely fine here.
Personally, for me, I feel I think black is fine, but I just feel like it is so much some pressure also, like it is how do I say it, like black is suffering for no reason here in this position. So like for no reason, in the sense like black has zero counterplay and black is going to suffer for all his life, like for the throughout the game. And that's why I feel I would be like a little bit apprehensive, playing this position as black. Although I may play it, I may even draw it, I may even win it, that doesn't matter. But inherently, I don't want to play this position as black. This is my personal
He actually went
opinion.
for it. He went for bishop d7. Bishop to d7. I guess.
But also, this order also there is. Just before we conclude, there is in this order there is also this e4 option for white. I feel like e4 knight f6. You have to go, I guess. And e5 maybe. Knight d5, and now again you can take notes, like in the sense like whether e5 pawn is better, e2 pawn is better. But I still don't have to decide, because I can still play rook c1, and you don't have bishop c6, or like you don't have this idea to unisolate your pawn. I can always take bishop d5 and you have to take with the pawn, so I can still continue with my play and then see what happens.
Yeah. I think that's true that
maybe rook fc1 is better.
Knight f6, rook f. Actually, bishop d7, rook a7, b6 has all been played here. I think one of the points, knight c6 is the most logical move. Bishop c6, rook c6.
Yeah.
And I actually am not sure how equal of a position this is. I do like White's position quite a lot here.
I think that should be the player's practical assessment also during the game. Here we a starting point is we see the evaluation bar at 0, but for Nihal, in his mind, if he has an evaluation bar, it should be like he's under pressure. And Sevian is clearly the one who is dictating things. He's setting the direction. Has this been played? Bishop into c6, rook into c6?
Yes, this has all been played here, and Nihal is thinking in this position with 2 minutes on the clock now. We are really approaching.
They played knight c6, yeah? They played knight c6 and rook c6. But also I wanted to ask, okay, just let's go to the game, but I also wanted to ask, like, how do you consider like bishop t5, ad5, and now knight c6? Because changes some dynamics in the game. But okay, let's come back to the game.
Oh, they're quickly making a lot of moves. Rook c8, rook c8, rook c1, bishop c1. And this I think is not at all going to be an easy task for Nihal to save this, because two bishops with pawns on both sides of the board. Some classical players would even go as far as ahead as saying that white has a big advantage here. What do you guys think?
Harshit, I have a
Definitely,
forcing,
Harshit.
like you, I agree with most of the things you said, but I have a forcing line here. I don't know whether it works or not. I just want to cut, say a knight b4, which was played, uh, or not. A3, knight a2,
Mm-hmm.
and bishop has to
Wow.
move. Then I go bishop f6, and
Uh-huh.
then it is not very easy to defend this pawn. Then my knight is jumping everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
and with bishops you want to somehow control the squares, control the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel if it works, then it works. Like after bishop
There is
f6,
even knight c1 stuff. Oh no,
Yeah, bishop
if
b2
the
and knight
bishop
c1. Yeah,
if the bishop ever goes to b8, so bishop b2 and a4. I guess knight c1 just is a. Oh
equivalent.
wow, that's a
I
just
think
a,
black,
just a
yeah,
very
black
clean
is
way
for
of.
sure okay.
But this night before has actually been played on the board. Wow. So if
Yeah,
Nihal,
exactly. Night before was played. No,
Now
wow,
a3.
as I said, like Nehal is a monster when it comes to like under 2 minutes. Like and no wonder, he was the one of the best, at some point, or maybe he's still the best, like
but this is a very
on
unusual.
Chess.com Blitz rating.
He's number 2 right now.
He's number
Hikaru
two.
is at
Okay,
number 1. Magnus is number
but he
3.
was, but at some point, like, and it was very close also, like very soon also. It was not probably a week or 10 days back when he was number one at some point in Chess.com Blitz ratings.
A4 play.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because he
A4
wants
isn't.
to not allow this bishop b2 in that line, which we
And now I
mentioned.
guess
Yeah,
knight
Yeah,
a2 will not be as effective here, because bishop b2 does not threaten anything, and white just has one extra move to even like play a move like bishop
but
f3, because knight c1 is not a double attack anymore.
Mhm. But guys, A4 is already concession because as you can see with black, he can put a fortress on the queen side. Let's just put a pawn on A5, bishop on C5. You can never attack on the queen side for black, and
Mm-hmm.
slowly he can move his king around. This is the one plan which black can do where I don't think black can lose this position like
Mm-hmm.
without making any big mistakes. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
black has something else. But in general, once you play A4, you sort of give black this space, where you can put his knight on B4, put on pawn on A5, and slowly you just
There's
come
a
in, yeah?
lot
Like
of
king
moves
comes.
happening here. Bishop f6, b3, bishop c5.
Yeah.
Bishop, sorry, bishop f6, b3. I think is the live position. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Knight c2 played, and we are really approaching the time pressure here. Knight d4 is the threat here by Nihal. 2 minutes for
Knight
Sevian,
D4,
40 seconds for Nihal.
Knight D4, Knight A1, guys. Like, I think Nihal, he does not want to make a draw anymore. I think he wants to swindle this.
He just
He wants
wants
to
to
make some
take.
sort of swindle.
He just wants to take Sevian's pawn here.
I mean, if he gets a pawn, then I'm pretty sure Nihal will be the one in the driver's seat. Yeah, and why not? It
Now,
looks
also,
very
like if he
shaky,
wants to
no?
make a draw, like Srinath, if you want to make a draw, you just put like bishop c5, a5, like put everything on a dark squares, and like I don't think Nihal will lose this ever against anybody
King
in the world,
f1. King f1 play.
especially online and anything.
I
But I
like the
think
move bishop
the way
c3 a lot.
the way he's playing it, it's just that he's little bit ambitious in this position.
But he has 30
Maybe
seconds.
you
Let's
can
not forget. The time is ticking.
that does that doesn't matter to him, I think.
Time is 2019. He has to make a move.
Wow.
He has to make a
Yeah.
move, guys. Because it's only 2 seconds increment. He's down to 10 seconds. Wow.
First of all, knight a1 b. First of all,
No,
knight
this is
a1 b4, bishop
he's down
c3.
to
Yeah,
9
you go
seconds.
b5, knight b3.
No, but this is huge, because 9 seconds is really too little. 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 9 seconds
But Harshit, this is also a major game changer because Nihal, he can rest assured that his internet is not going to drop since
Bishop
he's
B2.
playing on a live location.
Bishop F6 played, and
Repetition. This doesn't look good, no?
I'm not sure. Even though we are very confident about,
I don't know the last position. Like Bishop C1, Knight E1 was still a possibility. Like B4, Bishop C3, just fix the pawn, and then bring your knight back, and only black can, not black can win, but black can play, pretend at least.
But Abhijit, I'm pretty sure that the clock plays definitely some kind of a
They're
role.
repeating.
I don't think Sevian will repeat. Because
but
I like Bishop into F6 actually.
Yeah.
Was it blending something there? I was losing a pawn, yeah? White is losing a pawn. Yeah, and E3
Bishop
I thought,
F6,
but it should lose a pawn, yeah?
Bishop B2 played. Bishop F6. And now
in general, I don't want to exchange anything. No, they repeated, I think. Or not.
No,
you see, my logic is pretty simple. The evaluation bar shows 0.6 here, and after Bishop C1, it goes to 0. There is no other move, so you had to play Bishop F6 and then find the move.
8 seconds, guys. They're really, wow, 5. Bishop C1 game has been drawn.
And draw. Bit anticlimactic.
Tough game.
Yeah, very interesting game.
But a good result for Nihal, no? He was always under some small pressure, and he managed to actually make a draw with the black pieces. I think he would definitely be happy with how he started.
Absolutely. New place, new location. With the black pieces, you start with a draw, and Nihal was under pressure from the beginning, yeah?
We also have 3 other results. The very unsurprising one is that Nakamura has won that position after knight g4, where we left it against Jan. Wesley So made a draw against Dmitry Andrekin, and Anish Giri has also made a draw with Timur Rajabov here. So Jan will definitely, be trying to make a comeback before it gets out of hand. Because the first to 4.5 points wins in this format. It's best of 8.
Right.
Maybe we can see quickly how Hikaru managed to finish that game.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go for it. I think Duda defended quite resourcefully, yeah? And at some point, Hikaru had to sacrifice a queen and all, if I'm not giving away any spoilers. Yeah.
So we had left it at knight g4 with all these ideas of the knight jumping to e5 and h6. Knight f7 was played. Knight to e5. And Srinath was actually just considering if something like queen to e2 would have been possible.
But now take
I
on
saw
g4.
that fg4, queen g4. Like when I saw in my mind calculation, I thought that it's very difficult for black to untangle here. But maybe there was something else that I was
knight d4 maybe, yeah? Or knight f4.
f4 followed by bishop to g5 here. Wow. So it's not easy, but definitely a good resource that black had here. Of course, Hikaru just played knight e5, trying to get control of the square. Rook e8, queen, rook e2, bishop d8, rook a1, putting pressure on this diagonal with 2 rooks, queen coming into g3 next. g5 played, but this king already looks a little vulnerable. f3, trying to maybe make a square for the knight on f2. a6. c3, they're just making some developing moves. Knight
but
to f2.
I think we were already discussing about this square on e5, yeah? We wanted to get something on e5 in general, and now he has gotten something on e5. And once you get like such kind of, if you can put some of your piece, on such kind of hole, it is very difficult to come back, especially in a faster time control. because whereas first of all you have very less time to defend, but also your opponent has very less time to go wrong. Like he's just going to play very natural moves all the time. Just play normal moves like rook e2, rook e1, double on the e file, and try to put pressure on the e file in general.
Yep.
And if it is a longer game,
very nice maneuver to keep control of the e5 square.
Yeah.
e5, bishop d6, and slowly but surely, White managed to get total access of the e file, and and some big tactics. Queen into e7, queen e8 check. It's almost checkmate.
Yeah, this is nice. Nice.
This is very similar to one of Hikaru's game in this Grand Prix against if I'm not mistaken, maybe it was Esipenko or the other Russian who was playing in that Grand Prix.
I'm not sure.
Doesn't ring a bell to me, but
I mean, it was this King's Indian line with h4, h5, h6, and there was some back rank issues with it, and then you sacrifice something on the other side.
It was Grishchuk. It was Hikaru.
No, it was not. It was not Grishchuk. It was another young guy with
Alexienko.
No. So it was. I don't remember, but yeah, it was one of the young Russian guy.
And also
it was very similar motive.
Russian guy.
Not so easy to.
A lot of them, yeah. But who played also in the Grand Prix, yeah? There were only 2, I think, this time.
And also this position is not the easiest to judge, I guess, but because black has 3 pieces, but the bishop on b6 is just totally out of it. And with 3 pawns here and a weak king, I think it was pretty clear that Hikaru is taking control here of the game. Queen g5.
No, for sure. Like once you have the queen and once your king is safe when you have a queen, then like the person who has a queen has no problem at all. Like you have 3 pawns. Also materially, we have been taught like queen has like 9 points and rook, knight, and bishop combined has 11 points. Yeah, so queen and 3 have 12 points in general. But also the king safety is very important in chess. And here black kings is not at all safe, whereas white king is very, very safe. So that also plays a part in general. So I think with this position, it is very easy for white to play.
And also the time probably played a crucial factor in this game. With 9 seconds on the clock and so many tricks with the queen moving everywhere, I guess it's just very hard to defend.
Yeah, sure. Like also, like in general, like doesn't have to be with the time management. Like even if like let's say black has 30 seconds per move, it'll still be very difficult to defend all the moves and all the threats in general, because this position is still technically not very easy to win, but it is much easier to play for win than to hold this position.
That is true. It's definitely very easy to play for white, and after I think the queen reaches to b7 and the pawn on a6, I think it's already just mathematically should be winning with g4, g5, and f5, f6. And let's look at how the players are doing here. This was a very nice win by Hikaru Nakamura, actually, giving him a lead here quickly in this match. We also had 2 other draws. How are the players doing in Canada and Belgrade here? We see the amazing setup. In Canada, I think this is the one we're looking at, because 2 players, there are 2 chairs in front of each other, and this is how they're, and this is where Nihal is playing from in Belgrade.
Actually, it's Sevian. You can see his name. You can see his name written there. I think it's written as Sevian. Yeah, it's Sevian's chair. And this is Nihal's chair. The other one is Nihal's chair.
Wow.
I noticed that Nihal is not using a gaming chair. I'm not sure exactly why, but what I do know is, the gaming chairs are like custom made, usually, according to the person. And Nihal's the only one not using a gaming chair from what I can see.
Well, why change something if it works well? I think he would just like to, have his chair shipped from Kerala all the way to Belgrade so that, I mean, honestly, you should just do what you are most comfortable with, in my opinion. So I very much like the idea of Nihal using his chair of preference without going for what everyone is doing.
Yeah, that, and I'm not really sure. They're not playing from the same location, yeah. Nihal and Sevian. Nihal, I think he's playing from Belgrade, Sevian from Toronto. And another thing is, yeah, Nihal will at least not be too paranoid about losing connection or the lag and stuff like that, which happens quite a lot. You have like 2 seconds remaining, you make a move and it's 0. This happens quite a lot. But now he's on site, he's live, and I do imagine, I'm not sure the effect of lag that they're playing from 2 different continents. Usually, I think you need to have a ping below 50 for seamless gameplay. So I'm not sure how they're handling that. That's an interesting point. And you also see that beautiful trophy out there.
Wow, it's just extra motivation for you to be playing from the location and looking at the trophy. I mean, and I just love the entire setup of how they are trying to give chess an esport kind of a feeling, trying to induce it towards making it a more spectator based game. And I think that so far we're looking at great numbers here in terms of how much people are liking it.
Absolutely. Super exciting, super beginning, this tournament, this conception in general, and also something incredibly exciting, Harshit. If we can open the Wesley So Andraken game and move on to move number
what is 33.
This game?
Wow, this is some crazy game.
Yeah, it is a crazy game, but let's zoom into this point. And King E1, black just played the rook to E5, and now it's white to play. Chat, white to play. What did Wesley So miss?
Oh my God. Wow.
What can you find which was missed by Wesley So here, chat?
Wow, guys, this is tremendous. Tremendous miss.
Absolutely. This is an incredible game. And this point was, I think, game-changing point. Here, Wesley So had a chance, as you can see from the evaluation bar. He had a chance to properly finish off the game. He didn't do it, and Andraken survived. Andraken has been quite a regular in all the chess.com events in the last one here. I think he's kind of moved on to being a sort of chess professional ever since the war broke out. And a few players have been, constantly playing since.
Queen to A7 check. Bishop to B7 only move, and queen to B7 checkmate, guys. That's why please don't forget to do your mate in 2 puzzles, so that whenever you are in this position playing for $50,000 in the global chess championship, you would not miss queen A7 check and bishop into B7. Jokes apart, Shri, this I'm sure Wesley, if after looking at this, will be kicking himself, because this is not something you are supposed to miss playing in this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine being told that you missed $50,000 because you couldn't do a mate in 2. I mean, and just to put things in context, prize monies in chess tournaments, $50,000 is the amount of money Alireza earned in the candidates. He played the candidates, which is the tournament which selects the challenger for the World Championship. And this was the total amount of prize money earned by Alireza in the candidates. and it's probably more than what Wesley So earned in the recent Fisher Random World Championship. Now, I do know that the winner won a cash prize of $150,000. That was Hikaru Nakamura. I don't know what was the prizes for the others, because I mean, everyone looks at only the winners.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it was not as high as $50,000 for the fifth place.
After looking
And
at
here
this
we are in the
data,
quarterfinals.
yes. After looking at this mate into miss, I'm definitely going to be solving mate into puzzles every morning I wake up and every time I go to bed, because I definitely don't want to be missing out on any $50,000 misses.
Yeah, or even 50,000 rupees for that matter, Harshit.
That is true. That is true. No, but I think that Wesley was just trying at this position, felt danger that he's the one trying to escape here, because it looks as if visibly black has a huge attack on white's king with the rook on e5 pinning the knight on e4 and the queen on h2 almost threatening checkmate on e2. So he just probably felt that I can never touch the queen because the queen on e2 is a mate, so I can just simply never touch the queen. And now we have new games, round 2 beginning here. Jan Christoph Duda playing with the white pieces, and guess what we have?
What? Don't tell me it's 1b3. What? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah. Okay, Duda is a nice guy. Duda is a person of, he's a civil person.
Taste.
Yes, he's a person of taste. And we have the Catalan once again. Duda lost the first game, so he had to go for this incredible weapon, this beautiful opening. And Knight B7 played by Hikaru. Very interesting choice there, Harshit.
You should probably explain how you assess this position, because I always felt that capturing this pawn on c4 with the knight on d7 at least gives white a lot of dynamic chances, which white would actually be looking forward to, considering that he is a point down in the match. I honestly expected something more solid from black, but the other side of this the other side of thinking towards this is that white is going to try to play for win, so let him make aggressive decisions and capitalize on it.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a choice, because we talk about something solid, but for instance, Petrov is a very solid opening, and look what that gave Duda in the previous round. When you go for something solid, in a way, it does become quite convenient for the opponent, because then you have you can exert all the pressure you want, and people are usually ready for the most solid lines. So I think it also becomes important to play that which is not expected by your opponent. Take them off their preparation as early as you can. And this is what Hikaru has done in both the games. In the first game, he targeted Duda in his favorite opening, something that he's been playing regularly. And in the second game, he's found a new idea against within these 5-9 BD7 lines. I'm not entirely sure how new this is. I do vaguely remember that black has some interesting ideas, but I can't.
He's just up a juicer. I mean, he's going to be very happy with the outcome of the opening. Is just, as Hikaru would say, I'm just up a juicer, and White has to prove his compensation. Even though we know that White always has symbolic compensation, it still has to be materialized in a way that I guess he can always actually try to go for knight d2 and pick up the pawn, but black will always have something like knight b6. So I guess something like e4, queen c2, e5, knight g5 is something what White usually will try to do here.
That's the Dubov style.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c3 certainly signals intention to go towards e4, and I imagine black would respond with bishop b4 here to counter that. Mm-hmm. b4 square is also up for grabs.
It's so logical. I'll really like this how you mentioned bishop before, and we develop the bishop, and at the same time we stop e4. So a very nice multi-purpose move. Although I would still be a little wary of taking this pawn, but I definitely, for example, e4 you can make a castle and then threaten the same. So bishop b4 actually was played as you mentioned.
Yeah, bishop b4 played, and I think now the question is, how does white get something going here? How can white try and create something? I'm a bit.
Srinath, that Hikaru always plays fast with you. What if you try to, like scare him and just play extremely fast?
You would likely blunder.
You blunt, yeah, that's true.
When you spoke about that, it kind of put this image of someone speeding a motorcycle and ramming into a pillar, ramming into an electric pole, kind of a situation. There's a reason why it's difficult to keep up with the speed of people like Hikaru. We just play badly when we do that. I think that's usually the case. At least in my case, I will end up blundering something horribly if I match him speed to speed. On the other hand, if I play slowly, then he's going to put me under pressure on the clock, and eventually I'll be forced to play fast at some point. But it's really not easy to play fast. Like, you can't really just will yourself. I think there are two components. Either you already need to be familiar with the position. Okay, I know this opening. I know which move is played here. Duda has played some move here, yeah?
Bishop before queen c2 has been played, yes.
Right.
Castles quickly played.
So either I think you have to be like very familiar with the setup, or you need to develop this sense. You need to develop this sense of being able to play fast, which comes after playing thousands of blitz games. You see, Nihal has like 50,000 on chess.com. I think he must have played about 150,000 games overall, all accounts, all platforms combined. And I think this really helps you get that sense going. You can't just will yourself to play fast, but you can develop that sense with practice.
And knight a2 has been played, trying to pick up the pawn on c4. I don't think that black would ever give this bishop on b4, considering that he has already made these two c6 e6 pawn moves. This diagonal would be very weak. So bishop to d6, queen c4, e5, I think is very typical response of how black tries to break through in the center, and also make some room for his bishop on c8, open this diagonal. And you can see how playing, maybe I wouldn't say dubious, but definitely not the most common, not in the most common way. Hikaru has still gotten a very playable position. He actually plays b6, to my surprise. He gives up this bishop.
Yeah, not only gives up this bishop, but after knight b4, ab, queen c4, aren't you losing a pawn?
I guess bishop a6 maybe something that he was looking at, but
take on c6, I would say, because this b4 pawn is weaker comparatively. And after bishop e2, just rook e1.
I have to say I'm very surprised, giving white just two bishops here. White is definitely on the forefront here.
Yeah, and this b4 pawn is weak. The d5 square has been weakened because the c6 pawn no longer exists. This looks like a better position for white.
Yeah.
But interesting strategy from Hikaru. Interesting approach, I should say. It's very different from what we are traditionally used to saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I should make it clear that there is a big difference between the traditional classical over the board chess, for instance, something like the Candidates, and a tournament like the Chess.com Global Championship. It's a very different format. initially when a new format comes along, like the Chess.com Global Championship, the typical response from people is to carry on what has worked for them and what they're familiar with. So if you're familiar with a certain strategy in the classical over the board format, you would see most people trying to just go along with that. And with time, pretty quickly, people will start evolving newer approaches. And I think we are already seeing it. It's been about more than a year since there has been high level online chess, the esport variant, and now people are evolving different ways of playing it.
I'm actually excited for Yan to have this position because I really like the way he plays very dynamic chess. In some ways, similar to how Hikaru plays, I would say. He chooses the move knight to d2 here. So a little bit of a surprising move, I would say again, but it makes a lot of sense here, trying to open up this bishop and
Hikaru is also not. Hikaru is also not. He's also a bit surprised, yeah. And we have a closer look on Hikaru. You see his eyes getting narrower.
S24 app पे भी आ जाएगा.
Yeah.
He's definitely showing his surprise here and making a lot of facial expression here.
Yeah, that was wow.
But I mean, I think in the end we are going to reach a similar position where Black will have to eventually give up his pair of bishops. And I actually think that White is definitely for choice here with e4, knight e7, and bishop e3, rook d1, rook c1. It's just very easy to play with White.
Certainly feel so. I mean, if it's a Catalan opening, Harshit, it has to be easier to play with White.
That is true. It's the best by test.
Yeah. No, in general, whenever the bishop is developed on g2, and if you cannot like really develop your queen side, like from black side, let's say here the c6, b6, it's not really, you would say, like developed pawns. It is like semi-developed pawns, like our nation, but in general,
wow.
if you cannot
wow,
if you cannot like really put the pawn on c5 very soon, then it will always become a weakness. And so in that scenario, I just feel that yeah, like Harshit, you were right in the sense that White is a little bit better, not because of the opening, but just because how it developed, later on. And again, the same reference.
They're following the variation that I was mentioning, and I suggested the move bishop e3. I guess you can even make a point for rook f1 because you cannot really take on c4 here because of bishop a6 and the rook is going here. So
another thing which I would like to mention, when you pointed out queen c4, bishop a6, and the computer evaluation didn't go down so drastically.
Yeah.
Just because like the white pieces are like so harmoniously placed, you can just put knight on c3 back, and still for black it is very difficult to break through. Yeah. Whereas for white, he can have still many plans. He just puts his knight on c3. You start rolling up his h pawn. He can play e5. Maybe try to push his knight to e4 and then to d6 later on. So white still has many options in this position. Whereas for black, every move is like serious consideration. Also, every move can also give a lot of weaknesses to your position.
For sure. If he ever goes he moves like b5, then this diagonal will be weak, and the d5 square maybe is little also the a5 pawn. So every pawn move with definitely big consequences here. Bishop e3 was chosen by Yan. I guess something like bishop a6 makes a lot of sense.
Hey, by the way, the Nihal game has started, yeah?
The Nihal game has started. Wow.
So let's just wrap up this position for now. So yeah, bishop a6 make a lot of sense, but I can always come, play rook e1, rook d1, and again I'll ask you the same question: how are you going to develop your queen side further? Because whenever you play b5 or first of all, c5 is never really a move because c4 pawn will always be very weak and you can capture it. And plus, you will always have a lot of weaknesses on your light square. And b5, whenever you make, it is very committal because as you are showing it, like
Yeah.
d5 always comes with a punch because you don't really have a defender for the c6 pawn because the pawn has already come from b6 to b5. And if it was on b7, then maybe some chances you can try to hold on to your queen side. But yeah, here it is impossible to do it.
Yep. Let's quickly go back to our boy Nihal as he has started his game here.
By the way, I have a question for Srinath actually before we actually jump into the chess part of the things. Do you think like recently people have been calling Nihal my boy a lot, like last couple of years, than before, like let's say last 4 5 years?
And I have to say, I don't notice any particular difference.
Specifically to our co-commentator here.
Yeah, maybe specific to the co-commentator. That part could be true. Nihal back there with his star on the screen and that red headphone, which again reminds me of a red horn there.
Like
I so want to Photoshop that.
Like your red chair, yeah. Like it also reminds me of red horn, from both the sides.
And we had some.
No, but I think Nihal's a lot more dangerous.
Go from the opening.
The E3 Nimzo Indian.
The E3 Nimzo Indian here. Not sure how who is going to be more happy with the outcome of this opening, but to be
also, I would like to ask another.
Yeah.
Go on, Arshit. Go on.
I would honestly say that I always like these positions a little bit more for black because I just felt that knight c7, knight e6, g6, h5 is just very easy. Whereas whenever white goes a3, b4, and black can always even go move like b5. I just have a personal preference for black in these kind of structures, but of course it's a very fighting position.
Yeah. So, like before we dive into actually the chess position, I had a couple of questions for Srinath because he has been like training all our youngsters, who has been doing stupendously well, like so well, like in general, like not the just Nihal Arjun, but like in the women's section as well. I can see like Divya has been doing very well in the Asian championship. So I just want to ask him, like, what does he do? Like, what do you do with them? Like,
Raz kya hai?
What is the secret?
No, I think I just get lucky. It's more like I get good students and I work with them rather than some magic ingredient where they move forward. I think I'm just lucky with the choice.
It's more like good students comes to you. It's more like good students comes to you rather than some students come to you and then you make them good.
It seems so. At least to me, it seems so. I'm very lucky with that choice.
That's a very humble Srinath, which does not happen very often in the streams. But okay, coming back to before Srinath gives any answer, coming back to the chess portion. So Harshit, you were saying you feel it very comfortable as black pieces. I would be very comfortable with the white pieces because I can see black is only one break, which is c5. So for me, if I can successfully play against the c5 break, you never really have a lot of play against my position. Like as white, I have built up a very nice center. I've built a very nice king safety. I have like good pieces in front of my king. I can put this knight on e2 to g3. But probably this knight on e2 was played because you were seeing this plan with knight c7, knight e6. So maybe I could play a3, bishop b4, try to exchange this good bishop. You have all the pawns on the light square, at least center pawn. So maybe I could exchange that. Maybe I can play queen e1, bishop b4, not even to get my pawn doubled on the b4. So in general, like I feel white is I don't know. I don't want to say white is a little bit better, but I just say it's easier for white to play because black has to still sort of equalize in the sense that black still doesn't have clear plan like what he wants to achieve in the position. I agree. The moves you suggested like knight c7, knight e6, g6, h5, h4 looks very natural. But then what?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
I'm
white, he has
trying
a
to
simple
attack.
plan. I can play queen a4, rook c2, rook c1. If you don't play a5, I can always play bishop a6. Like, okay, you have b5 at some point, but I'll try to time it in the way that you don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
So, in general, I think strategically, white is a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And if you cannot force something concretely with black pieces, you should be a little bit worse. This is my understanding of the position.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting. It's a very interesting viewpoint, and a very practical. I think it's a very practical perspective. But that said, maybe it's not. Uh, it feels a bit subjective, because I can imagine. For instance, even Harshit was more comfortable with the black pieces. Here, Abhijit being more comfortable with white. Nihal, in particular, I'm not sure how thrilled he will be with the position he has because doesn't feel totally clear for white. Yeah, he's played b4. For black, I would say black can just go knight e4, h5, h4. The pieces are just coming on the king side against Nihal's king. And by now we all know how much Sevian likes the opponent's king. Here he can't just take it, but he can go and take his pieces towards it. So it just feels.
But there is a typical idea in such kind of positions. Sorry to interrupt you, Srinath. But there is a typical idea whenever your opponent plays knight e4. Let's say if my queen is not on d1, let's say my queen is on c2 or b3 somewhere in general. Maybe on c2, maybe c2 is better because I want to play bishop e4, d4, and then knight e5. Just give up this pawn on e5 and then try to utilize this bishop, which I've seen both Srinath and Prag has been using this kind of bishop in a different openings where they are giving
Nihal,
up the pawn,
right?
but just use both of them. Like
Nihal and Prag.
Like in Nihal and Prag, both of them, like in different variations of different openings. But the concept is very similar. You try to give a pawn. You try to utilize this diagonal with the bishop where the pawn is on g6, and you just save to black here, your pawn up, but you have to defend for the rest of your life here. And which is never easy, especially online, and when you only have, as Harshit pointed out already many times, with only 2-second increment. 2-second increment is not enough. When you have to defend for like 15 moves in a row.
Right. True. Meanwhile, we have a couple of moves in the live position: b4, knight e4, queen b3, h5 played. Now this idea of knight e5 doesn't work because the d2 bishop would be hanging. So,
but the queen is trapped there actually.
Yeah.
You cannot actually take on d2 because the rook fd1 and the queen will be trapped here.
But Harshit, you can insert h4 somewhere in between, anywhere.
But then e4 will be hanging.
Oh yes, I forgot about it.
Oh, actually, you have to take, and you can only insert h4 in this exact moment here, and then this is. So I actually hope that
then rook e5 maybe. Harshit still goes on, yeah. Rook e5.
Yes, h4. Sorry. Knight takes e4, rook takes e5.
Maybe knight c3.
F3 is a very nice.
F3.
Because take. If
F7.
Take, then this pawn and destruction on the king side here. But I hope that actually Nihal goes for this knight e5 variation because practically it will give him very, very good chances. Very good chances, as Abhijit mentioned, how good practically it can get if black ever takes with this diagonal opening up, the rook coming on the open file here, and extremely good compensation. h5 has been played, Nihal is thinking, but I really hope that he finds this nice maneuver. I'm sure he is probably considering the same.
But yeah, it's not very easy to.
I remember vividly that Nihal used this exact idea in one of the games in the World Under 16 Olympiad. This was sometime in 2018, I think. So he's definitely familiar with this concept.
Both.
Yeah, but it is not very easy to see when you're playing online rapid. I don't know, like 7 minutes on the clock. It is not very. Like for me, it was very natural to play. I mean, not unnatural to play knight e5, but the consequences of knight e5, bishop e5, rook e5. Then when Harshit pointed out f3, it all made very lot of sense. But it's not very easy to see it on the board, like when you're calculating it.
D5, H4, knight E4, rook E5. I'm thinking if white had any other move here, like
you could play knight C3 here, but
I was just thinking how I would evaluate this position. Like if I go rook F D1 here, if you like take the pawn, maybe
rook D7, yeah,
some queen E7, rook D7 tricks coming in. Rook C8, I might have something like rook D7 then.
Rook D8,
so,
yeah.
Uh,
Do we have some moves? Oh, he's gone for it. He's gone for it. He's gone for it.
Gone for it. Beautiful, beautiful way of playing, I think. And already Sevian played C5, which might not be the best move in the position. So amazing find by Nihal here.
Absolutely. And that's awesome though, finding this knight e5. I think with that, Nihal has taken the initiative in this game. And we also have the winner of our second diamond membership giveaway question.
Wow.
It's I am Tahir 183. Congratulations, I am Tahir. And thank you for your patience, the abundance of which I was noticing in the chat. And do hit that like button, chat. Keep it going so more people can tune in, support Nihal. And we have a lot more diamond membership questions coming up. So let's get those likes past. Let's get those likes past 350.
And that's why I've been calling Nihal my boy, making moves like 95 and making us proud. And that was
no. I'm very sorry, Harshit. You never suggested 95.
That is true.
See, that is what I'm trying to ask through Srinath. There have been many people who have been saying like my boy, after Nihal has become Nihal Sarin, like so after he has played 95, you cannot say, oh, I was telling him to say do this thing, yeah.
But that's it. That's how it always is, yeah. Like when
True. No, I mean it's a good in a way because you are trying to associate yourself with a person who is doing very well, but also like you feel like you are involved in his victories, you're involved in his defeats, which is good. Even for him, even for you, for both, it's a win-win situation in any case.
Yeah.
I'm not like demeaning anybody like who was saying like this. I'm just saying
I'm a true supporter.
Good. So
E5 played actually a very, very interesting move, I would say.
By the way, would you guys consider E6 here just in case, just to give up this pawn and then play bishop C3 just to line up the bishop on this diagonal, like this nasty diagonal on the king? Because my point is, if you don't play, okay, this is also possible.
This is some crazy complication.
Is there some queen D2 now? What happened?
Queen D2 C6 maybe could be idea, yeah. C6 and knight E4.
Crazy complications happening. Knight into E4, queen A5.
But I have no clue. I have no clue what is happening.
This is insane.
And I don't even want to know what is happening.
Wow.
So how do you cannot calculate your way out of such positions, which is the training in overboard classical.
Like from afar, it makes sense to think that white is doing like at least good here.
I'm actually not even sure what is going on here. Like I cannot evaluate this position because I can't long man rook on D7. Yeah, I mean the point is rook D7.
No.
Let's say I play queen E5, rook D7, rook E7.
Actually, bishop C8, I just realized something very interesting that I cannot actually take because of checkmate. So that's why I cannot. I guess it's very easy to miss. Yeah, you think that rook D7 just wins?
No, I thought I could play f4 here and at least keep the pawn first.
Yeah, f4. I like this. Yeah, and
But I was worried about queen e5 first, and then rook d7, bishop c8, or maybe rook e7 first, and then try to take out the rook with bishop c8 and some nice. But
maybe queen a3.
Queen a3 is very strong.
What can I say? Harshit is very strong right now.
I actually saw this move without the help of the engine, to be honest.
Nobody's saying anything, Harshit.
We meant it sincerely, Harshit.
Yeah. No, but practically, I would actually consider about e6 in general, just to give up this pawn and try to, because they are coming to, at least Nihal is coming to like under 5 minutes, and so much easier to just attack, without thinking so much. Just put pieces like it's so. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, e6.
I mean, okay. Yeah, e6, because like just put bishop on c3, bishop on a1. It is very natural to develop the attack.
h4 played, by the way. Which is a very important move, because all these lines we are seeing with the knight on e4, this just eliminates that option. So now take bishop into c6. Oh no, but what if after c6? You can't take bishop into c6. Wow. But bishop a6 now knight e4 anyway.
This
rook e5, yeah? Rook e5 is important. Yeah. Very important move. This is very important. It just severs the connection between the white pieces.
f3, you just want to take.
Yes, and
I would not say that it's completely over yet. There's still some practical chances for sure for white, right?
Absolutely. But it's very concrete, yeah? Like it depends on where you stop. The line just keeps going, I think. All kinds of blender that I'm thinking of. First of all, rook into e4 doesn't work because of the f7 pawn.
Yeah, it's also similar to one of the lines we saw where
queen
f7 and attack. So
secondly, queen d5 was also something that doesn't work because of knight f6 check.
That is very true, Srinath.
So
knight has been played over. This is the live position we have in front of us.
But if not f3, here, then what else? Yeah. If not f3, then what else? Yeah. It's also a question. Yeah.
I think f3 is just the only move.
Also, if you see the time, this is a significant time advantage in this time control at least.
Yeah, it's huge.
Like 5 minutes. I understand Nihal is quick, but I mean, if your opponent even is slow, but he cannot be slow like 5 minutes, like by 5 minutes in a 15-minute game, then he's not your opponent, like genuinely.
Yeah, f3 has been played.
Like what does black play in this position though? We didn't quite figure this out, no?
So if we look at the material, white has 6 pawns versus black's 5 pawns. So we are down 1 point in the material, but we have good compensation in terms that like we have this diagonal. So as long as if we are able to, so I think that the whole evaluation will revolve around whether or not we are able to defend this pawn.
Yeah, but what's the answer for rook e6 was the move, yeah? Here, okay, rook e6 was the move you showed. Yeah.
But still, it's not over, no? Like, I can still put like bishop c3, queen b2, the game goes on, yeah?
a6, just bishop a1.
Or bishop a1. Yeah. I was thinking queen b2 anyway. And still, like, I have also the threats here, knight f6, bishop f6, bishop h8.
No, for sure, yeah.
Practically, at least it feels very scary to be black here. I mean, maybe...
what I do definitely think that if the clock timings were reversed, white would have been a much better situation.
I mean, if you have more time, of course, you are in always much better situation, no? In general,
yeah, that's true. Because like when you have to defend and you have more time, you can kind of wiggle your way.
Also, let's just put the final position what we are seeing after rook e6, rook c6, just to talk about it like with the chat with the audience, is that why we feel it's like it's good initiative for white is because of black king, and black doesn't have any safety net on the dark square.
Yeah.
Whereas why computer think it's still a little bit better for black is because of the material, and computer can evaluate or computer can calculate the exact moves, how you can defend the king. Whereas
All
us
of this
human,
has
we
been
cannot do
played.
it.
Yep. All this
So
has
that's the
been
reason
played.
why computer is saying like it's very good, not very good, but it's reasonably good for black. And why if we still think that in practical terms, white would have decent chances to swindle the game.
2 minutes and ticking. 2 minutes
Is
and
Queen
ticking.
D3 a threat now, or Knight F6
Queen
check
D3
is strong enough?
No, Queen D3, Knight F6. Probably I thought I could just take, but now I'm just reconsidering it.
Yeah, but if you start with Queen B2, then Queen D3 is strong, yeah, because now E3 is not defended.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Yeah,
here,
but with
you can not move.
No, here I'm happy with Rook F6, yeah. Like Rook F6 would be takes and then Queen E3 check and some H3.
Yeah.
I still don't know how happy I would be here. Especially if I know I'm playing against Nihal, I don't know how happy I would be if I'm.
We have a lot of moves. Rook D1, Queen E7.
Yeah, let's just focus on the current position.
Yes,
So Queen E7. I think Queen B2 makes a lot of sense here in general, just to protect the F6 square. But I see Queen B2, you have Rook D8 in general, and you don't want to trade that many pieces.
Bishop F6
right now.
played. Rook F6, Rook D7 is.
Rook
I mean,
D7.
Nihal played it, so I'm sure Bishop F6, Rook F6 must run into something.
Yeah,
but it's I think it's clear that Nihal is in trouble. Yeah, I mean he is down on time, and the position is it's very tricky for white actually now, because black is getting these concrete defenses, and it feels like Sam has done the more difficult things. He's gotten into this position from that messy chaos with a very fast play, I think.
Also, another very obvious thing I would like to mention is that Nihal is just 1 minute and Sam has more than 5 minutes. So that also plays a crucial part. Like Sam has only spent like 10
exactly.
minutes.
That is the key part of why I thought he was in trouble. The position on one side, but
yeah, for sure.
Queen E6, Queen B2 has been played, guys.
Yeah, Nihal is going all in, I think, here. Rook D7 was more of a say where okay, maybe draw is okay, or Queen B2 is sort of like a move. Either you win or lose. There is no in between here.
And Knight E8.
I'm very worried for Nihal though.
This is really getting tense here because black can always, fend off all the attack after the bishop moves if needed, which is probably not with
F5. Yeah, F5
or
is
F6
possible.
Or
Yeah.
F5. Yeah.
Yeah,
bishop H4. You're
because
right.
E3.
You're right. F5.
Yeah, because E3 is with check. Yeah, E3 hangs with check. So
Queen E3, Queen
that
C3
was Srina's point all along. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So Knight E8, Bishop H4 has been played. I'm not sure how easy it is to make this move.
No, it is no. Even after F5, it is not at all easy. It is not at all easy to win. It is difficult. It's not difficult to play F5, but to convert this. But again, like Nihal has to move.
Oh, Rook C8 played. Yeah, I think that I like this is dangerous. Rook C2 is coming.
Yeah, I think Sam's got this one.
This is just very, very
H3 was played. Now. Yeah, this H3 I would also play immediately, because just you need some breathing space for your king.
Need breathing
to create
space,
a loop.
And we can see Nihal is definitely tensed here. It's very hard.
Down to 14 seconds. Rook C2 is incoming now, no?
I would put my neck out and say that I haven't asked for your prediction right now, but I would put my neck out and say Nihal would not lose this game. What about you guys?
Wow. I think
that's fast. Yeah, he has only 14 seconds right now.
I think Sam's winning this one.
Yeah, I think that Sevian might be able to get this. As much as I want Nihal to trick him.
Yeah, exactly. As much as I want.
He played F5.
Now, white's pieces are just
take-
going out of coordination. The knight has to move back. Then the bishop on h4 is not really complementing any of white's pieces. The knight on e8 of black protects all these key squares on the king side. The g7 square and all these entry points.
Come on,
so
Sevian, play some bad move.
I need to incept into Sevian and then just think normally. Yeah, that's the.
No, look, he's getting some kind of counter, but he has 4 seconds on the
Rook
clock.
c1 now, no?
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, takes and king h2, or are you mating me somehow?
No, not mating, but just superior coordination. Knight h5 now, for instance.
Oh yeah, this is fun.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Knight g3, king g3. Okay, the king is too weak.
Yeah.
Okay, this one looks very tough, guys. Very tough.
Even for Nihal.
What would you play? What would you play, Harshit, here as black?
Rook d6 looks kind of normal, I guess. Queen d6, sure.
Knight f4.
Queen d6, knight e5 played. Now queen d1, knight c6, queen d6 check should be some kind of game over.
No.
Knight e5 back, it's still game on.
But game on, yeah.
What is this minus?
You have to see the finishing. You have to see the finishing shot. I don't have an engine, so I'm on my own. So.
I think queen d6 just makes sense. Yeah, just
knight e5.
Yeah, and rook c5 there's some queen e8 check. Yeah, you have to be careful there.
You're not winning anymore after that.
No, knight e5 just I'll play king g7. I mean, why do I have to hurry?
f4.
But then why go queen d6 check?
I mean, because I cannot go king g7.
Queen d6, knight e5, king
knight e5. Now,
I mean, king g7 is okay. Yeah.
Sorry? Yes, Sevian, rook c5 wins a piece, man.
Rook e8 also does the same thing.
Win and win.
But yeah, I mean, the point is like, it's just that Nihal is under 10 seconds. If it would be like 15 seconds, 20 seconds in general, then it would be, I don't think he would
1 minute 30 seconds, okay. So the clock is ticking.
Yeah, it's clock just is ticking and he's not finding a finisher, yeah?
I mean, do you find a finisher? I don't find a finisher. King g7 is a move. Okay, I agree. King g7 is a good move, but
then f4 and the game goes on.
Yeah, it's not finishing the game right away.
I mean, I would just make some safe move. You know, maybe like rook c7 or something safe, or king g7, like.
Yeah, but it's not over sort of. Yeah,
that's
especially online chess. Yeah.
That is very true, actually. Like, you don't want this game to continue anymore, but it still goes on. G5. Wow.
I think just king
h5 now Nihal under pressure.
Oh, GF4, then knight
f3.
Then it's big chances. Oh, this is a very strong move. Oh, this is.
Knight f3 played with like 3 seconds. Rook c1 check, knight g1. And queen d4 is game over, I guess, because there will be no more checks.
Yep. Well spotted by Sam. This queen d4 and like all this moves with g5, queen d6, g5.
Yeah.
Not easy to spot because we were hovering here for a while and it wasn't very easy.
Tough game here.
Yeah, it's good time for Nihal to, just to get away and just try to, calm himself because this was not a game to lose.
Definitely give credit to Sevian here. BC5, very nice h4 intermezzo. Then even
he calculated superbly here. Yeah, superb calculation.
I would like to point out one thing because I've been listening to all these people like Hikaru, Fabiano for like quite some time, and they've been always been mentioning about Sam, like Sam Sevian, like how he's a big talent and how he's not like coming to the top, and maybe this is a platform where he shows his mettle with that I'm here to clinch it. I'm here I'm not here as an underdog. Maybe I'm here as a favorite to clinch everything.
Yeah, and he has got that shot of luck. He did lose against Aronian in the round of 16, as we just saw. But Aronian pulling out from this tournament, and he has gotten his lucky break.
I will
Meanwhile,
definitely even go as far as saying that Nihal might have been more happy with facing Aronian, considering that he has a good score with him online, and that he might not have as much experience online as Sevian.
Harshit, I would like to just interrupt you here. He would like to much rather face me, you or Srinath, for that matter.
Oh, that is true.
So what has happened has happened. What is happening right now? We should talk about it.
That is
So
true.
he would much rather face like one of us, in
Yeah,
general. But it has happened. Yeah, whatever has happened has happened.
that is true. And Sevian actually, making the full use of it, of getting this wildcard opportunity and beating Nihal with the black
But
pieces.
credit goes to like a lot of credit goes to Sam Sevian in this game. Like I don't know for you guys, like for me, it was not very easy position for black to play. Like I was very optimistic. Like I know Arshit, you were saying in the beginning, like with this maneuver with knight c7, knight a6 when the knight was on a6. But
Yeah,
then when they switched to this position where Nihal sacrificed his pawn on e5,
it's very
I
promising.
just felt, yeah, it felt like very easier to play for white. It just felt like it's white position to lose,
what
and
should White
probably
have
it
played
was.
here, though?
Just rook d1 or bishop c3, I think. But it's just so natural to take the pawn that I'm not surprised
Mhm.
that that's what he, and once you
But
see
yeah,
b5
like
and try to work.
in general, I feel it is White's position to lose, and just I just want to give credit to Sam because he's putting pressure on Nihal because in the sense that Nihal normally doesn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So because you don't make mistakes just because of the sake of making mistakes. You are put under tremendous pressure. Only then you make mistakes. So credit goes to Sam, like because. Like to me, this was two results position, and I thought Nihal is going to win this game outrightly. Like there is no question about it. There is no doubt about it.
And even
But
how he converted
even
in
in
the
the end, yeah, even in the end, when like he was even
very
like
nice
not
queen
worse. I
f4.
was even I
Wow.
was even telling you guys, yeah, I don't think Nihal was going to lose this game because it's just the trickery Nihal has in general. And but yeah, Sam was up to it. So yeah, credit should give credit to where it's due. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Credit where
And
it's due.
do you know what happened in the Hikaru game?
I don't know.
He won.
But I should admit that Nihal is a bit of a slow starter. He takes his time to get off the blocks. So, in case you are a Nihal fan out there and you're getting worried that he is lost, don't worry just yet. He gets better with time. He's like wine. So,
Like his
don't.
coach, yeah,
Fine.
like his coach,
Wow.
slow starter.
Yeah, the difference is I remain slow all through, but Nihal really catches up. So,
I'm
uh,
just curious how Hikaru managed to win this game with the black pieces. E4 rook f1 was
yeah,
finally stopped, if you guys
Hmm.
remember, and then bg5 h6 bishop f4 was played. Knight to f6, knight to c3, knight to g6, normal moves, bishop e3, queen c7, h3, rook d8, f4. Wow, white trying to gain some space. Rook e8, queen f2. I really like how white is, developing his pieces and trying to give attack. Knight
Also,
d7.
like it is very like it's fundamentally it is so interesting for white because you see like Harshit, you're also trying to defend the pawn on c4,
Yeah,
but then pawn on c4 is hindering the bishop on a6,
yeah.
and because of that, your whole like you're basically playing without the bishop on a6, like
Mhm.
without the bishop, literally. Whereas white, if I can just put like my rook on a1 to f1, all my pieces are like flowing. My position
Yeah,
is flowing it by itself. I don't have to think. I just have to push. Yeah.
yeah. f5 played by black. A very, very, very interesting decision. That's a huge move strategically, because it makes so many weaknesses, but at the same time gets some control of the light squares. Rook d2, rook f8. king h2, rook f7, rook g1, king h7, bishop f3, g6. So black is just trying to.
Also, I would actually consider thinking about bishop c6 already, because I feel everything has been done, and let me just get back my pawn on c6.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's see, but it's still not like black. It
Yeah.
still seems like white is on the upper hand here. So I'm just very curious
For
because
sure,
look
for
at this
sure.
position. It seems like a dream position for white, to be honest.
For sure, for sure. And then what happened?
And then we need to. I guess he did not ever do anything.
It reminds me one of my game against Nihal, in online blitz.
No, but
like
this is a
I have
huge,
but I've already
advantage.
30 seconds, and he has 1 minute already here. So, and I don't have any. I'm just praying, somehow to get something, but probably that's what Duda was also doing in this game. But yeah,
No,
this is
but
just over. Yeah,
this is
knight f6,
incredible.
and
Guys,
Yeah,
this is huge
Hikaru
advantage.
is just amazing at defending. Yeah, he just keeps defending. He doesn't give up, and
this
it's
reminds me of one of the
astonishing.
recent games
What
of
is
this title Tuesday between Fabiano versus Hikaru, where Fabiano was winning outrightly for so long. Like, the player of
Yeah,
Fabiano caliber, he should have won it 50 moves ago, the game when it finished. And then Hikaru kept on defending. It's just like Nadal, where you just one more shot, where you have to again, hit one more shot. And this is like the same way, Hikaru in chess. You have to make one more move. You have to make one more precise move. You have to make one more precise.
and you have to do
Eventually,
it fast.
very fast.
Like, look at this zone. Yeah, it's 10 seconds each zone. You see the time below.
Yeah.
Duda has 5 seconds at this point, and when people
Yeah, but
get down
B6,
to
yeah.
this situation, where they have only 5 seconds, when they have to make a move within a second, here most people make bad moves, and Hikaru is just so much better than his opponents in this particular zone. So I think this is a big
This
difference.
I don't think I'm not sure how one can psychologically recover after losing this position. That is incredible.
I mean, I don't know if you can recover psychologically or not, but you're 2-0 down.
2-0
So
down.
I don't know if you can recover from that. But again, the thing is, our format is such is that we play for 8 games. So whoever comes to 4.5 first is going to win the match and goes to the next knockout
Yeah,
stage.
it's not even it's 2 sets. Yeah, I mean, it's not even
Yeah.
Duda makes a draw today and starts with 0-0 tomorrow. It's literally it gets carried on. That's a big difference in this format, which means it's not like a mini match today and tomorrow, but it's just the points get carried on. And that's again a big difference, because in another format, Duda could just okay, I had a bad day today, but I start with 0 tomorrow. Here he just doesn't have that option.
No, but this is I like this better in the sense, because sometimes you can have a very bad day, and then you can have a decent day, and still you will be tied with your opponent. But if you have a very bad day today, and if you have a decent or reasonably good day, you still will lose the match.
Yeah.
So you need to have consistent days. Like, let's say I have a decent day both of days, I'll tie the match. Or if I'll have a little bit bad day, I'll have a little bit good day the next day, it'll be still tie the match. But whereas now, if I lose 4-0, that's it. Yeah, I'm done.
No, even I mean, even 2 games I think is too much to recover from someone like Nakamura. I don't see Nakamura losing.
If you have 6 games to cover, 2 wins. In this format, I don't think it's that difficult. But again, against Nakamura, as you said, it's not easy. But it has been done before. So I don't think it's impossible to do it, or again, the format is I just feel it is such a the format in search is such an art of beauty, because everybody has chance at every moment, in the time. It's just amazing. And yeah, we see Hikaru. Also, I wanted to raise a point. I don't know. I was reading somewhere where our World Chess Federation was saying like there was some dress code about something
Mhm.
that you're only supposed to wear like uh, dark color suits and light color shirts or
Right. Abhijit found the dress code. I mean, he felt that the dress code speaks for itself, so he's gone silent on that. And with that, we'll also be back after a short little break. Meanwhile, you can enjoy Hikaru and the others here.
yeah. Apparently, like whenever I talk about Hikaru, something happens. But
Yeah.
Yes, I was born in Vancouver.
But as wonderful as Andrea and Vancouver are, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto.
Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by.
The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and in public parks. What are you doing?
I'm just directing. Continue.
For well over a century.
And now this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals.
Facing elimination for weeks, 8 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen-size share of the $1 million prize pool.
Oh! And it's just mate!
Sensational.
This is the most shocking day that we have ever had.
My friends, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC Finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all.
And we are back for the second half of today's games. We saw Nihal unfortunately going down to Sevian, uh, and the score is 1.5. Anish is tied at 1-1. Wesley taking the lead with 1.5, and Nakamura cruising with 2-0. What do you guys think of the play so far?
Before we start, diving into all these conversations, I just heard something off stream, about Harshit. Maybe we can discuss a little bit about it. So Harshit, how is your life in? I didn't know like earlier. I mean, I knew a little bit, but how is your life in United States? As I've heard, like you've been studying there, you've been playing chess over there, and also you're like 69 Grandmaster of India. Must have been a very proud moment, yeah.
I mean, so I'm here in the US. As I was just mentioning, that it's very difficult to live alone, away from family, and like do everything on your own, which is very difficult.
Important to specify the context when you say that you're living alone.
That is, I mean, I'm alone.
Also, Srinath, like what does he mean by doing everything by myself? What does it mean? I don't get it.
Oh my god.
I think I'll let Harshit clarify that.
I'm not sure what kind of context we're already speaking of, but I just meant like normal day-to-day work.
Sure. But yeah, like congratulations. Yeah, Srinath, go on. I'm sure you have better things to put.
I really don't want to say anything right now.
But yeah. So guys, like we are just conversing in general, like off stream, and like talking about Harsh's life. He's still young and naive, maybe not so naive, but very young.
I mean, looking at Nihal, it's very hard to call myself young, but yeah, I guess I'm relatively young.
Yeah, at least.
I mean, what would you say? What would you say? What if Gukesh is playing? Then what would you call yourself? Like,
oh, then I'm a
grandpa, maybe.
Yeah. But meanwhile, we do have kickoff of the games, yeah, once again.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Let's jump in.
Also, I'd like to point out, like Hikaru's like persistence, Hikaru's resistance, like in general. Like, I don't see anybody in this world, like anybody, like be it even Magnus, or like even players like Karyakin, who we always thought like, people has given him this mark of Minister of Defense, yeah, who could defend such kind of positions. But Hikaru is a total different beast, and I always used to say like online, but also like he has just won. He's like World Fisher Random champion of the world. Like he's the best Fisher Random player ever for this year at least. So like Hikaru is like different level beast, like, and it's very difficult to compare him to anybody else, because also he does take it very seriously, just the chess part, but compared to other people at his level, I mean, you would still consider he's not taking it that seriously. I mean, if I'm making sense or not to you guys, I don't know.
I mean,
that could have been the general perception, I would say, some years ago. But as it has been pointed out through the pandemic, probably Hikaru is spending more time on chess than anyone else. So maybe he's not. He's doing it all in front of camera and he's talking through most of it, but he's still spending a lot of time on chess. He's still doing these little one more calculations. He's still, recalling variations, recalling concepts. His mind is constantly at work. He's constantly training. So in that sense, I think he's still spending more time on chess. And I was also surprised at how fast they are playing in this position.
This is actually Yes.
Yeah,
You
just
can.
once. Yeah, yeah. So Srinath, like another thing I would like to add into this thing, like about when we're talking about Hikaru, he's still living alone. He still has to do his everything by himself. So I don't know what
I'm not sure how
how
applicable that is to Hikaru. He's not a grad student, and he can afford to have people helping him everywhere, starting from the opening preparation to other day-to-day work.
like household chores. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he can afford it.
I mean, I also think that in some ways, we are just like us Indians, like have grown up in an environment where we are used to like having our family take care of us and stuff. So I get it.
Parents is the word I think you're looking for, right?
Sorry?
Parents is the word you're looking for,
Yeah.
right? Taking care of the household work.
And now we can see again, Hikaru has completely out-prepared Jan Christoph, or at least it seems to be, as Jan Christoph is in a deep think here, and Hikaru is already more than 3 minutes up on the clock.
Yeah, he's totally. He seems very well prepared for this tournament. He seems well prepared for the games. Once again, it feels like he has anticipated exactly what Duda might play, and he's ready for it.
Yep.
I think he's very good at this. Like even considering like what Vishu was saying, which I was also saying earlier, that he's very good at predicting what his opponent is going to play and preparing specific things. And it's just because he's very good at chess in general that he could shift from here and there like very easily. It's not like, like let's say if I have to play some line, or where, let's say my opponent is weak, or if I can target him, I still would have to work a lot just to get the feel of it, in general, like in the general positions. But whereas Hikaru, I mean, he's so good in general terms of chess. Like he can play best moves in all sort of situations. Like I only know like Magnus is another one who can do that. Like barring these two guys, for some reason I don't know anybody who is so good at chess in general. Like you give them any random position, don't tell them what the opening is, just give them get position, they'll make the best moves. I think these two guys are like heads and shoulders about the rest of the people like in this world, just by guessing the position, like what needs to be played in any given position.
Yep. And it's even a little bit of a strange position here, because we are in an end game and black is a pawn down, white is a pawn down, but it still seems that white's preparation said that white has very good compensation and initiative here. I guess this bishop on c4 with the rook and this advanced queen side pawns give white very good compensation here.
Yeah, also another point I would like to mention is that knight f5 is a very important move in general, because if you let black play bishop e6, like let's say if black comes back to e6, it is very difficult to white to continue with this initiative. Yeah. The whole point is targeting this f7 pawn and this bishop on g4. If bishop can like somehow magically come inside of this of black camps, then black is still a pawn up. Maybe white is composition, but black is doing fine in general. Yeah. So knight f5, in a way, it is a nice move, because first of all, you don't want to take this knight with the bishop, because if you take, I take with the rook. But also I was thinking I can even take with the pawn, because you can never really play f6. I can play f6 next move. Myself with white pieces. Yeah. And if you don't take this knight on f5, we already know knight on f5 is worth half a pawn.
That is true.
By the great Garry Kasparov. So yeah, this is very important move, and I think Naka is still in his preparation. Maybe he's still trying to remember the nuances of it, because it's not very, like, once you're down a pawn, it's not very easy to play a move where it's sort of forcing exchanges.
But this is amazing how you mentioned that if this bishop was just on e6, how it would change the dynamic of the position, whereas now with the bishop stuck on g4, he actually might have to at some point take on f5, because h3 g4 might put the bishop under very bad circumstances if he doesn't decide to take. And white just seems to be very well equipped uh, to deliver some attack on the king side, I feel, even if it is an end game.
Yeah, for sure. Like generally, we see this kind of bishop in like sort of reti or like kings in attack position where bishop comes to g4, white goes h3, g4, and try to play against this bishop. But it's also very similar here because the structure is sort of balanced. Like it cannot be changed very easily from both the sides. Like when the pawns are fixed on the e4, e5, it's not very easy to change the structure in general for both the sides. And now you're playing for not direct stuff. You're just playing for strategic stuff. And the strategic stuff is like the bishop on g4 is sort of strong, the light square bishop, because the pawn is on the dark square. So that's why if you can put the bishop on e6 magically, like jump over the knight and put the bishop on e6, you eliminate your opponent good bishop. So I guess that's why the knight on f5 is very important piece. And I think the Nihal's game has started. Maybe we can quickly jump over it. But before that, Srinath, like, what is your evaluation or what do you think about this position in general?
Hikaru's got excellent piece activity, so he's pretty much in control. He's going to probably either draw this one or push Duda into taking risk, by just giving him that hope that he's a pawn up, push him into taking risk and maybe win this game as well.
Yes, a very difficult position for Jan. Again, quickly jumping back to Nihal's game, a very important one. And we have again a queen's gambit declined. And in this, instead of choosing h6 in a similar position, Nihal chose knight d7. Again, a little bit of a rare move, I would say, although this is probably a bit more standard. Just the opening.
I mean,
CD taken. I think CD is not the most critical line in that position.
Mm-hmm.
There are multiple moves actually in this position. You can play bishop f4, bishop g5. First of all, without taking on CD, ED, you can play g3. I'm not saying it's all the best moves, but there are multiple ways where white can, try and pressurize black because black's main problem is the c8 bishop, as you pointed out in the previous game as well, like when Nihal was black, I guess, and where Sam chose the Catalan system or some sort of Catalan system with g3 bishop g2 when the black bishop was on c8. So again, the same situation, but now situation is clarified a little bit. We have managed to exchange the dark, like Nihal has managed to exchange the dark square bishop. But again, black lacks a little bit of space in general. Also, the knight on h5 is not a happy camper right now. It has to come back either with g6, knight g7, or knight f6, knight e4, like some in one way or another. So, whereas white has a play where, like typical play for white would be, let's say bishop d3 or bishop e2, short castles, and I want to play rook b1, b4, b5. Try to target this pawn on c6. Yeah, this structure with b7, c6, d5, because if I can break this structure, I'll have long-term advantage because let's say I manage to put b4, b5. Either you take it or you don't, you let me take on your pawn on c6. So whichever happens, let's say if you take on b5, then the d5 pawn becomes very weak. And I can attack it in many different ways and it'll be very difficult for you to defend. And if you take on if you don't take on b5, if you let me take on,
just knight f4. I don't know if this was missed. Sorry, Abhijit, but a very big move.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of a tricky move here.
It's not a really tricky move. I can always play bishop f1 and the best square for knight again to go back to e6 or h5. So it's not that big of a deal in general. If I want to just keep the position what I wanted to keep earlier, one move back. So again, I would like to mention it's not like cutthroat position where each tempo is very important.
Yeah, that is true.
The main idea is like go for a strategic position where structure is important, where how you're trying to imbalance the position or how you want to imbalance the position but as white and as
you
black.
Definitely don't want to give this bishop, right? Or because knight f6, bishop f5, or do you think this is okay as well?
Srinath?
Out of the question, I think. It's not totally out of the question.
Yeah.
It's not like, yeah, he's gone for it.
For castles?
He's played castle, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, taking bishop f1 is probably just very difficult here. Allowing knight f6, bishop f5. Even though it probably is fine, I guess he decided to just give away this bishop.
As long as you get this e4 in for white after f3, of course, I think you don't mind the absence of light square bishop so much. But the question is, how do you make that happen? Because the knight on f3 is on the way. So if you move the knight away, ideally you would want to go to e5. The other plan is to try and get this rook b1, b4, b5 in, but once again, the black bishop gets to f5 with the absence of the light square bishop.
Yeah.
And if you go to b4, then the black knight would also allow to get to c4.
Knight d2 actually played b6, very quickly played by Nihal.
Yeah, I thought of knight d2, but it felt like the knight is going to a much inferior square, from f3 to d2. And white's f3, e4, it seems quite slow. So as far as the opening battle is concerned, I feel like Nihal is very much okay here.
He chose b6. He chose to play b6 very quickly. What do you think about this move?
Initially, I thought, maybe he's intending f3, bishop a6. A trick, but it doesn't work because queen a6, queen e3 check. There is rook f2.
Very pretty.
Yeah.
But b6, I guess that intends a5 and bishop a6. So f3. Anyway, there will be a5, I think.
So again, I would like to mention one thing. Like before we play f3, like just one thing. If with white pieces, if somebody's listening to it, if you can play b4, I know queen into b4 is hanging right now. But if you could play b4, that would very much not into black plans, because b4, it's totally against b6 move, because next move you want to play b5, and then we were talking about making the d5 pawn isolated. Because c6 pawn will be extended, d5 pawn will be completely on its own. So so ideally, if you could play b4, that would be very good move for white. But as we can see, b4, queen b4 hangs, and on the next move, most of the whatever white plays, I think a5 is going to the next move for black in general, because he wants to play bishop a6 and just trying to get the bishop out and then maybe do something different. But b4 is out of the question in general. But if you could play b4 without losing the pawn on b4, that would be the best move here.
Yeah, very well said. I think that this b4, b5 would definitely clasp down this queen side for black. And e4 was actually chosen by Sevian, trying to open up the position before black is able to develop any further, and knight d into e4.
This feels a little bit strange for me, because I feel Sam is trying to be ultra solid in some sort of way. I don't know about you guys, but this is not putting pressure on black.
Knight f6 played.
Yeah, I also felt so. The moment e4 was played, it already feels like it's not going to be. It doesn't feel like black is under pressure anymore.
And the thing I love the most about black's position or black's play here is how he's managed his clock. 14 minutes versus white's 8 minutes, 6 minutes up on the clock. And the position is almost around equal here. So I think that this is definitely a game where, maybe not now, but black will definitely be looking to take over in the future.
If you can get c5 in and put bishop on b7, then for sure that black will be a little bit better. But it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
Bit early to take over, I think. As a white, though, I wouldn't mind trying to liquidate stuff, play d5 at some point and trade everything. It shouldn't be so difficult for white, I think, to kill the game if white wants to.
But the clock definitely plays some role, as we saw in some of the previous games. 7 minutes is although still a lot of time. it's at least going in the right direction here for Nihal, I think, because
Yeah,
even
but
a draw
here
here,
the question feels too simple for the clock to play such a major role, And if I had
yeah,
to just put it brutally honestly, I think we are going in towards a pretty harmless draw in this game.
yeah.
Bishop f5, I was thinking here for black, trading the queens. Rook e7,
I,
bishop
I was a
d3.
little hesitant to allow the rook on the seventh, but I guess it's just very drawish because the d4 pawn is also weak.
Yeah, because you're not able to make use of that entry, The like if white goes rook c7, black will get the rook to c8. If rook
Yeah,
d7, then rook to d8.
he actually chose
So
queen d6, which I honestly like, trying to keep the queens on the board. White does have an isolated pawn, even though the pawn on c6 is also weak. Trying to keep some
Also,
pressure.
guys, like
Yeah,
there's another important point. We have like 6-7 minutes up on the clock with
yeah,
black pieces. So,
yeah.
so another reason to keep the queens on the board.
Hmm.
Uh, just to put a little bit more pressure. The position is still very very equal. It's very hard to lose with either colors.
Yeah.
Uh, but just keeping the pieces on, keeping more tension. It's a trade of a superior player. Uh, they always say like as strong as you get, you can keep more tension on the board. What I'm trying to say is not like tension in the sense like not like mental tensions, but like you don't try to exchange pieces. You don't want to exchange pieces in general. You tend to think that your opponent is going to crumble in that pressure, and he will try to exchange pieces in the sense that once he exchanges pieces, he'll be in the back foot. He'll be on the
Hmm.
back foot when he's trying to exchange pieces. Because in chess, whenever you try to force something, you always try to you know get something inferior for yourself.
the
Also, one thing
compromise.
I would mention that Sevian is actually in very good form in classical chess in the last 1.5 year. He has risen from like 26, 40, 50 to almost 2700, or probably I think he's 2700 now. So definitely also someone who is one of the rising players uh, in the junior sections from the US team.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Is he
I
still a
think he was
junior, guys?
scheduled
Wese?
to play. I think he's not. I'm not sure, but I think he was scheduled to play in the Fall Chess Classic, the A group, in which Vidit and Surya are playing right now. They're actually paired against each other, but probably due to the Global Chess Championship, I think that is the reason why he couldn't play in that event, which
And
has a prize fund of
Coming
$36,000, by the way. So
com-
that really puts once
coming to
again
that.
in context of the prize money in the Global Chess Championship. The prize money for
Yeah.
this game
Also,
is higher than the total prize fund of an event.
so Srinath, I wanted to ask you this question for like last 20 seconds.
Sorry.
Is that no? So the thing is like, how do you put like like your teaching or your how do you tell your student or yourself in general that what do you put in perspective, like classical chess, rapid chess, online chess, like, because I know like although we don't come from the same generation but similar generation, I would say we would still always say that classical chess is the like the test match. It's like your real strength. Everything else is like secondary, and whatever you achieve here would be the mark of what you are, like your strength in general. So like seeing this thing, like when you're talking about like online chess and also talking about classical chess where the price fund is so low, like how do you keep it terms, especially because you have been teaching a lot of young students who are doing really really well. How do you keep them into perspective about all these things?
Yeah, I mean, even in this perspective, I think the classical chess still triumphs, even in the perspective of the prize fund, because the world championship title, it still has the highest prize fund order. You become a world champion, you still earn more than what you do with any other championship. So even in that perspective, I think classical over the board takes precedence. But even apart from that, I think it's gotten to the point where I wouldn't explicitly go out and say that this is more important than that. Not necessarily, and
But it is
especially
getting
with the
close. It is
emergence.
getting close, no?
Not in the sense that one is more important than the other. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like you can have a career like Hikaru, or you can have a career like Magnus, or you can also specialize more in classical chess. There is place for everyone out there. You can be like a Pujara or Anuma Vihari in chess as well. That your priorities are clear.
Or you can have a career like Harshit or myself, yeah.
Not sure if I can suggest that example and convince them.
Ouch.
But I could do that if I want them to go in some other direction. But
no, but like my point was, it was never about the money, but just the fact that when people have to choose, there are two lucrative events, and for a fact that you're going to meet top level players. Let's say just from chess perspective, and you're a budding player, you want to face very strong players just to see where you are at in general. And let's say you are put up in two tournaments. One is classical, one is like online format, and there is no. I'm not saying there is one is higher than the other one. I'm just saying how to put perspective to kids who are coming up. Like what is
I think the
important,
tiebreaker would be where they play the strongest opposition. Like they would likely pick an event where they could play against Magnus and Hikaru, regardless of the format.
No, let's say Hikaru is playing here, Magnus is playing there, Aronan is playing here, and I don't know, Vishy is playing. So it's like back and forth. Like Anish is playing here, and another person is playing there, Kramnik is playing there, let's just say. So I'm just saying, like, when the field is even, how do you put into perspective like which tournament to play? Because it's very important, like for the next generation to get into the mindset, like what is more
the
important.
classical takes precedence, even to get an invite into a tournament like the Global Chess Championship, it really helps your cause if your classical rating is higher. And I think this is something, once again, everyone has experienced in the last 1 year. The invitations they got when they were like 26-30 in classical, the invitations they get when they're like 27-20 in classical. So the classical rating, the classical play, there are two things. First of all, the material aspect, where having a higher rating, it really helps you get invitations. Speed Chess Championship, Global Championship, all the online events, still classical rating is very important. And secondly, also, I think just playing classical chess, the preparation for it, playing in the game, it adds a lot of depth. It helps you build your understanding so much more. And if someone is exclusively playing this time control for a long time, I think they will see a bit of difference over a period of time. That depth will be lesser than it used to be.
I just like to ask one more thing about this. You mentioned depth. Please define depth for like general audience. Like what do you mean by depth here in this conversation?
So depth, when it comes to any position where we are preparing chess, where we are looking into a position, here you have 5 minutes to make a decision. So you're quickly seeing something, you're not going quite deep. Your understanding, your comprehension of things also is lesser than what it would be. For a classical game, starting from the preparation, you're just looking at everything for longer. You're looking at more things for a longer time. So that allows you to understand things to a deeper layer, to go into a deeper layer with on everything, and that will enable you to learn more about the different positions that can arise in chess.
Also, like, so to summarize, so like if in one sentence, how would you do that, Srinath? Like our whole conversation between all this, because sometimes it's very, we are talking about like all this like for like let's say 5 minutes, but still sometimes it's not very easy to understand for everybody. Let's say like somebody's trying to start
to
chess
summarize,
at 4 o'clock.
classical chess is still the priority. I think that's one sentence to summarize it. Is that the point you are trying to?
No. I just wanted to know from your perspective, like in general, like how one should approach, like especially like when you're teaching young kids, or like if somebody's coming up to you, let's say some 5-6 year old is coming up to you, and they have different priorities, like in because they want to play maybe GCT, they want to play this, they want to play online rapid, they want to play Idle Tuesday, and just in general. But it's not very easy to convince them, because how do you convince them? Just because you
But
have
you don't have to
higher.
convince them, I think.
No, we don't
It's
have to.
it's
But
it's okay to have different priorities.
No, that's true. But there are also things like what is good for them, what is not good for them, what is good for you, or what was good for you. That was a whole conversation. But anyway, coming back,
Yeah, quickly coming
this
back to
position
the
is
game.
It's good for whom?
It's
Draw,
so
I think.
I think that it's like these positions having such a like big drawing tendency sometimes changes the way you play it psychologically, because you think that it's always uh, tending towards a draw. But if we were supposed to take off the queen here, how would you assess that position?
Depends on where the
Depends,
kings
yeah.
get to.
Yeah. I mean, I want to say the same thing. If white gets his king to d4, once you exchange the queen, then I don't think white has any problem whatsoever. But the same way, if black can avoid white from getting to d4, then maybe black can pose a little bit of problem. But still, I would feel white should not lose this game.
And also this f6 g7 structure maybe can at some point in the future be put under some pressure with knight e4 queen c3. Of course it's
Also, I
always
would like to, yeah,
but
Harshit, like you said nicely, like knight e4, queen c3, g4, try to attack the f6 pawn. But also, I would like to add one more thing, that generally we have been taught in this way that queen and knight always work best together rather than queen and bishop. Like we know that rook and bishop and queen and knight are the like perfect combo, where a major piece works with a minor piece. So, but also there are always exceptions to chess. All this thematics, or like all this so-called theories in chess, like this should go with this, they should go with that. But there are always like nuances, all this. And again, like I know, like Shriyad is already probably is getting my question, but he's already started to smile a little bit. But it's very it's very difficult to, when you're teaching somebody. It's very, if you're teaching this, like just like general chess semantics, in the sense that this happens because of this, that happens because of this. But in chess, you cannot never teach like this happens because of this. You cannot say that queen and knight is good because of this, because you also don't know why it's what is that this. But we have been grown up in a way that because of books and all those things, that we have been taught that okay, this is easier to play, that is easier to play.
I
But
think this
the
one is
recent
probably I would actually think that it's a little easier to play with the white side here. Knight e4 queen c.
Yeah.
It's just think, like for example, the king is also pretty like the queen on e3 is pretty good covering the dark squares, so that even if you ever get like queen d1 queen f1, my king on g3 is going to be very safe. And I mean, it's of course it's very equal, but I think that I actually feel that the result of this game won't be a draw, but maybe I'm wrong.
Wow, that's a bold claim. That's a bold prediction.
So you've taken one result out of the equation. What is the other result you can take out of the equation? 50-50. Now it's 50-50. Before it was 33.33. Now it is 50-50. So one more prediction from you, Harshit.
I don't know about that, but I think that it won't be a draw. So like some might have said that like it's going to be white who wins or draw. I think that it's going to be white or black. I don't think it's going to be a draw.
So you have taken 66.66%, and you have taken 33%. You have given us 33%. Okay, chalo, you take this one. You guys take this one. I'll take two results.
Yes.
Okay.
I take the big half.
No, the small half. 1/3. You take 1/3 of it.
But what do you think? Like, do you guys think that it will just be a draw, or that someone will have some chances?
No, I think it will be a draw because whatever pressure, little bit pressure White has, Nihal has, I think, more than enough time to neutralize it.
But first of all, I don't see any pressure from White side. Like 94, I always have Queen E5, and I can play Bishop D5. I mean, it's just that like if Black wants to make a draw, I don't think it's a big problem. If White wants to make a draw, again, I don't think it's a big problem. But if they want to keep playing,
so they are already repeating in some way, like King G7, BF7, King F2, Bishop C4, King G1.
Yeah,
wow.
There are actually no restrictions on draw offers in this championship. So
wow.
you might as well even offer a draw in the first 5 moves. But
it's a pride, no? Pride. There is a Izzat ka sawal, hota hai, to offer a draw. What happens if you reject it? What if happens if your opponent rejects it?
So
and then plays it, then you have to
repeat instead, yeah.
Yeah, it's easier that way, no?
So
pride is more important than
it was a draw. It was a draw.
Yeah.
It was a draw, guys. I guess it's
especially when you are this young, especially when you're this young. When you come to your age, or especially my age, yeah, I mean, we don't think about all these small things. If you want to make a draw, I'll offer you a draw. No problem, Shin.
But I guess it's still a good result for Black. Like he never had.
But I was saying this. I was saying this like earlier when the game started, like about 10-15 moves when it had begun. Like I just felt like Sam was very happy. Yeah, especially at this moment. Yeah, when he played E4.
E4. Yeah.
It felt like he wants to like sort of neutralize the position in the sense that he wants to clarify the position. He doesn't want to neutralize, but clarify the position where he knows what he wants in general. And if Nihal doesn't make any big mistakes, he was okay with going for a draw.
Yeah, equality. And so I think that it's still a decent result for Black here. We also have one very interesting game going on. They both have less than a minute on the clock. It's Anish Giri versus Timur Rajabov, and it's a bullet match with White having a pawn extra.
Yeah, this is going to be fun, I think. Anish against Raja. It's tied 1-1, and it's one of the matches we haven't really looked at quite much. But Raja going for the Sicilian defense, not the Berlin. I think he has these 2 sets of openings. One where he goes like absolutely solid. The other one where he plays all these different Sicilian setups, which he used to do a lot more when he was younger.
But I want Black to take at some point, and
it's like ultra solid or being like ultra maniac. Like he has 2 choices.
20 seconds. So this is going to be very, very interesting. 19
and... So, but Srinath, let's go back to your point was like he has 2 sets of openings and then...
Yeah, and he's going more for the Sicilian in this match, I think, from what I've seen against Anish.
It's more...
It's more fun to play Sicilian
than... Don't look a draw with White, please.
Wow. This is...
No.
Oh, wow.
I mean, this cannot be scripted. This cannot be scripted, like... Them repeating here cannot be scripted.
But knight f3, if you play and you think that you're making better, but bg4 might have been a repetition. Queen g3 here played very.
But the queen is getting stuck. Yeah, h4, bishop g4, everything is coming in.
Knight f3, bishop g4, h3. I really like here. I really like this move and try to.
But in general, I don't like what Anish has done recently, like to his position with the queen.
Queen d6 he can go. He can just fly out.
Isn't
bishop
it
f8?
Queen d5.
Wow. Bishop h3.
Just take and queen h2, come back.
Bishop e5.
Oh, he's prevented it. Bishop e5.
Oh, queen d7.
Missing queen d7 completely. And now knight g5 is game over. So Anish is going to
GG.
1 up.
It is not game over, guys. It is 10 seconds versus 20 seconds.
Knight g5, no?
But okay, this is just very good.
What is wrong with knight g5?
Very good.
Oh, nothing.
Super.
Nothing is wrong with anything. Nothing is wrong with anything. They are playing 11 seconds, 10 seconds. So, guys, let's just watch it.
King g1, king g7, knight.
Wow, prophylaxis.
D4.
Yeah, after giving up a piece. Rook e6.
It's queen d3 and c4, I think.
Yeah, c4, queen c3.
Eventually, you would have to play knight e5 just to get this even square. I think he has to play knight e5 at some point to get this even square, just for some tricks. Okay, 6. Okay.
Yeah,
queen d4 directly.
But the queens are coming off.
Queen d4 very good.
No, not very easily. Bishop f1 is a nice move, preventing rook e1 sort of
Anish is
dirty business.
Good in bullet as well, actually. So
queen c3 now, yeah.
a4 is a good move. Queen f5.
Queen g4.
No, it's playing amazingly well.
Now the queens have to be traded, otherwise rook d6 is coming.
No, it's amazing.
f6. I mean, you cannot trade it. If the queens get traded off, then black is of course lost. So, rook f4. So, no, the game is.
I think Anish is just in control.
Probably rook e4, bishop d. Rook e4, yeah. Rook e4. Okay.
Rook into h4.
Rook h4 check and queen g3.
Yeah, queen g3.
No,
now it's time to resign.
Always in control here. Anish ultra focused and managed to convert this position. I think he will be very happy with this because even though he had a good position, they were both under time pressure. And here we see it. All the games have someone leading. There are no games level right now. Hikaru Nakamura completely cruising with
all the games have someone leading, and then there's this one matchup where someone is just destroying.
Yeah, that is 3-0. Wesley So made a draw.
But world champion, yeah, world champion. What are you supposed to expect from a world champion? He has to destroy his opposition. He's a world champion for a reason, yeah.
Hikaru playing extremely well here. Anish Giri managing to win this game, outwitting Teimur Rajabov in a complicated time trouble scramble. And Sevian making a draw against Nihal, also leading 2-1 going into the final round here. Definitely 2-3 people trying to, level the score here, and the other one trying to see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel here. 0-3. What do you guys think? Does Jan Christoph
also I would like just to point out to our viewers is that like the format is not like 4-game match, like 4-game 2 sets. We have like 8-game match. So we have 4-game today, we have 4-game tomorrow, as we can see. Like it is best of 8 games over 2 days. First to win 4.5 points wins the match. And yeah, if it's still 4-4, then we have Armageddon. And then we have a amazing Armageddon bidding system, which we saw a little bit earlier, not today, but like few months ago, like where if Sheena would correct me if I'm wrong, like which it took like 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah,
like
7 and a half, I think.
Yeah, in between 7 or 8. Yeah, so that's what I remember. Yeah, and unfortunately, he lost that game, and I think it was Ponkrativ Pavel, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that's besides the point. But it's very interesting format in general. So today, if anybody who has lost, like, doesn't really matter. It doesn't going to affect you tomorrow. You just have to come back with the same amount of margin.
Look at the prize fund here. $200,000 for the first place. Roughly 1.5 crore rupees.
Harshit, $500,000 for the whole prize fund. Like, just that is insane, yeah.
That is insane. Runner-up.
$500,000. $500,000 in any chess event.
That's just kudos to chess.com for being able to bring in this prize.
Srinath, I would like to just come back to our conversation like 10 minutes ago, where how do you put these kids into perspective when you see this? when I'm seeing what I'm seeing on the screen.
I guess you just tell the kids to they just need to be at the top of whatever they are doing. Yeah, I mean, yes, this is $500,000 prize fund, but they have to get into the top 8 here. And if they're able to do that, I think they would be good in whatever the format they play in. Also, to get into the global championship is not something any person who's just good at blitz can do. You have to be amongst the best 64 players, and you have to be a very good chess player to even get into an event like this. So, if you can be that good,
also
and you enjoy what you're doing,
we have seen how many people have gotten knocked out. Like the legends of the game have got knocked out. I mean, you know me, you know them better than me. So
yeah, exactly. I don't think you really need to give any perspective to the kids. Yeah, you just need to allow them to excel in whatever they're doing. And it can be the chess.com global championship or it can be the candidates. That's exactly my point. I don't see why one is more important than the other necessarily.
Srinath, I had a question for you. What is your proudest accomplishment as a coach? Like, your students have had so many accomplishments. Nihal has won so much. Arjun has won so much. Divya is one of your is someone you've mentored. How do you fare those accomplishments? And is there any accomplishment which kind of stands out to you?
I don't know. I can't exactly answer what is like the most proudest moment, but I think one of the most memorable moments in recent times was Arjun crossing 2700 because that's one journey where I've been very closely involved, especially post lockdown, and he was I think somewhere around 2560 at the beginning of the whole thing, and now he's at 2720. So that was a very proud feeling. Also, the all the different medals they won in the Olympiad, uh, Nihal got one of the individual board medals. Arjun got a medal. Divya also got a medal. I kind of regret not having a picture at that particular moment because you can imagine how memorable it would be. And I was right there in the closing ceremony as well, so that would have been an awesome picture to have. But that was one of the nicest feelings to have.
Yeah, and also like kind of bringing in Gukesh into the picture here. Of course, we've seen Ronak, Nihal, Arjun, Pragnanda all climbing up the rating ladders, but also Gukesh has been exceptional as we've seen through the Olympiad. What are your guys' opinion on his progress?
For me, the biggest moment of the Olympiad, like I'm sorry, but like for me, the this moment was like when Prag and Vaishali were on the stage together. I think they both won the bronze medal. I think on their board. For me, this was the biggest moment, like for Indian chess, because coming from from where they're coming from, like if you would have looked at their journey and like sitting there, like standing there, and that is just simply amazing. That was simply amazing for me. Like this is just an inspiration for everybody who wants to get into the sport or who just wants to get into any sport. Like if like coming from this, I'm not trying to say anything bad about it, but I'm just saying like if they can do it, doesn't mean everybody can do it, but like the persistence, the perseverance, that the hunger, it's commendable. Like you should just I just feel that was the biggest inspirational thing for me from the Olympiad. Of course, Arjun played very well. Of course, Gukesh just killed it. From our perspective, also Norderberg.
No,
like there are many individual moments, but like the whole thing. If you have to put a picture, if you have to make a movie out of it, I think this would be the better script. When both brother and sister, on the podium.
Yeah, both go on the podium.
Yeah.
That was very special indeed. and maybe
We have Hikaru not on the
did
board but
Hikaru
on the
start his
screen.
game? Yeah, I guess they might start their
Which
game very soon.
Duda really expressing his thoughts out there. Yeah, he looks lost.
And
but
rightfully
he
so.
has been lost for for last 2 hours.
Yeah,
So
it sums up his day today.
Yeah, it's just
Also, to answer your question, I think Gukesh has been remarkable, Harshit. He scored 8 out of 8 in Olympiad, which was
yeah.
like, I think, a historic moment. I can't remember such a performance by anyone in the history of Olympiads ever. And I do find aspects of his chess to be incredibly special, especially the aspects where he's able to go beyond the engine, go beyond what the engine shows and find ideas. You see that in his games, and you also quite often see that in his opening preparation as well. He's constantly coming up with these ideas which is just not apparent to others. The engine wouldn't show it at the top, would even show negative evaluation, but he still goes on and plays it because it can pose practical problems to the opponent. So I think, I mean, all of these kids are special, but
And
Gukesh
also,
is someone who I think is at the top right now.
and also, what stands out to me for all these kids, just not putting out one in particular, Arjun, Nihal, Gukesh, all of like the ones almost 2700 Pragnananda, they're so well behaved off the board. And they have, though if you just talk with them off the chessboard, I think very highly of them and their behavior, and which I believe is actually very important in general, towards progressing not only in chess but in other aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. They have fantastic camaraderie. They want each other to grow. They are not like this. They don't have these thoughts like when someone comes down, they go up, and those kind of rivalry.
Yeah.
It's been a very healthy competition so far between them. They want to be better than others, but in the way that they go up, they all each other go up rather than someone coming down, and that's also something which I think has gotten better with each generation.
Yep. So Srinath, it's 2-1 for Nihal. 5 more games to go. What needs to change?
I think we just need to wait for Nihal to get into the flow, Harshit. It's too early, and there's going to be a lot of decisive results. So 2-1 is it's not a must-win situation. We have seen a lot of these 4-game matches earlier, but by no means it's a must-win situation. And even if he doesn't win the 4th game, we still have a whole day tomorrow. It's a bit like a test match, it's kind of like you have these 2 innings and it gets carried on. So sometimes having a first innings lead helps, but if the lead is small, then you can pretty quickly catch up. And as time passes, I think Nihal will start playing better. So we just need to allow him to get into that flow, I think.
And already, I would definitely say that having such a comfortable draw with the black pieces is already in some ways of it's going in the right direction. Also, I would even say that he was having some slight pressure, but I think opening will definitely play an important role here, because in the last game, I think Sevian just got like a very comfortable sort of a position from the opening.
Yeah, that has been a feature in the match so far. Black has been getting quite good positions in all the 3 games, which is very interesting in today's times. All through chess, White has had a definite advantage starting with the first move. But in recent times, the Black has, I think, been more comfortable than ever in terms of it has really helped that the powerful engines, Stockfish combined with powerful hardware, it shows ways to equalize with Black so many different ways. There used to be a time when people thought there were like these 3-4 ways to equalize and everything else is a bit worse. And now it's no longer the case. You can play so many more things and get acceptable positions as Black.
I also think that, since there are so many openings nowadays which just lead to forcing variations, people are just trying to play something offbeat, like 1b3.
No one's trying to do that, Harshit. No one's trying to do that. Like, show me one game here which started with 1b3 in the Global Chess Championship quarterfinals.
But also, do you think the chess has changed in a way that like last 5 years per se? Because 5-6 years. Because previously also we used to also work. All of us used to work with strong engines, and the chess engine, the chess computer was anyway very strong in the sense that they could beat anybody, and we are anyway working with those engines. And in some way, I feel it has changed in last 5 years because first of all, the information has become like so convenient and so very easy to gather because of probably I don't know chess engines I should say. I don't know what I should say, but somehow it is very easy to gather in general, like to memorize in your brain or to develop your and then use it on the next day or the 2 days later.
Mm-hmm.
Do you also feel like chess has changed like last 5 years specifically, last 4 years, 5 years?
Yeah, I certainly think it has changed in many ways in the last 5 years as well. It is ever changing. On one hand, it has become very easy to access information. On the other hand, it has become also incredibly challenging to learn and remember that information for long term. And the validity of information doesn't last as long as it used to. You can use a new idea for one game and you immediately have to look for more new ideas. There used to be times when people could hold on to ideas for months. They would have an idea and they would be like, oh, I don't want to use it for this game because I want to use it for a more important game. And now people know that somewhere in a different place.
I've literally seen on this platform, like on chess.com, somebody playing a very interesting idea, the opening idea, not even on Title Tuesday, a random blitz game, which was never played before. Like this idea was never played before.
Happens a
So
lot.
yeah, I'm getting what you're saying, but also like information was always there. Like even before 5 years, information was still there. We would all access to all the information was there. It was not like we're getting less information back then as well. We're getting enough information, but still, for some reason, chess has changed. I cannot pinpoint a specific reason. Of course, the engine is of course improved, and because of that, the players of course has improved. They could defend better.
I think the number of acceptable ways to play has gone up. I think previously there used to be more areas where you were like, oh, but this is bad. You don't play like this. This is not acceptable. And I think with
so like you were just trying to say from
this, yeah. E4, E5, knight C3, knight F6, knight F3, E4, knight G5, and C6 has kind of become like completely playable. I mean, at least that's what even Adiban played in the Olympiad, right? And even
we saw, this is Adiban's idea.
I mean, it has probably also been played.
And somehow living alone and seeing Adiban games is like I don't know, like it's somehow it doesn't make a good so
I can't disagree with that. I mean, Abhijit's voice got a bit cut in between, but it's pretty clear what he's trying to say when he just said Adiban.
No, I was just saying like Adiban's games and living alone doesn't, make a good combination together.
No, but my living alone has been taken to the wrong connotation.
Oh, I didn't know we were talking about you. So, but yeah, but in general, like I still find it very hard to grasp because, yeah, like Harshit, you were pointing out this variation which we didn't know earlier. Like this could happen in chess. Like at least the top level players or the grandmaster would not even think about it. But now, yeah, everything is possible. But also, it was possible before. Do you think because of the chess engines, it is more possible now than before? Because it was always there. Like chess is the same. Like the rule
Look at
didn't
this.
never changed.
Talking about playing new move, E3 has been played by Hikaru. Sorry, Jan Christoph.
He's just so fed up of being surprised in the opening that he decides to do it himself. Yeah?
Plays E3. I mean, that is incredible.
Fabian
It's
played
still-
one
What?
full tournament.
Oh my god! Bonkload.
He played E3 King E2. This has to be a joke. This
He has to play
be a
F3 King
joke.
F2.
He's
also,
given up.
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
feels
I
like
want
it.
to.
He's given
Can we
up
have a look
on the
at the
match.
players' cameras here quickly, guys? E3 King E2. Wow. And how can they have straight faces?
Yeah, it doesn't look like the face of someone who's just played the bonkload, I should say.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Bonkloud you play when you want to have fun. But clearly he's not having fun looking at his face.
E3 King E2 is just pure tilt.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, he might as well have started with B3 if.
Or knight F3, G3, bishop G2, then probably eventually play D4, C4. It's basically the same
I
thing.
mean, if he was thinking that Hikaru is going to resign because he played a bad opening in the first move, it's not going to happen with Hikaru. You can try it against Roth, but not against Hikaru.
No, but this is incredible because this just basically means that, like we were thinking how Jan could, try to make a comeback or, but this basically just means that Hikaru Nakamura has almost reserved a spot for him in the semifinals. I might even go ahead as far as saying that I am pretty sure Black will just win very quickly from here.
Yeah,
I think you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. I don't know whether Black is going to win very quickly. Black is much better. Let's just put it that way. Black is much better.
But the psychologically of someone playing E3 King E2 just suggests that something is off, right?
But also that's the psychology of like once you play E3, F3, King E2, King F2, and still get a playable position. What do you think the psychology of your opponent?
I mean, he must.
So you don't. We as chess player, we should not. Yeah, sorry. So I just wanted to say, we as a chess player should not go too much into psychology during the game. Yes, we should of course get involved into it, like what we should play, we should not play because of certain style of our opponents. But during the game, you should play the moves. You should just try to do the best moves. And of course, he played E3 King A2. As you pointed out, probably he was tilted completely. He was gone. He was like, just get me out of it. That kind of situation. But he still played it and still will try to make the best moves. So as long as you can continue to make the best moves as black pieces, yes, black is much better. Black is going to win. I totally agree with you. But once black makes one inaccuracy or one balance again, and then from a psychological point of view, which you were saying earlier, that your opponent has played E3, F3, King E2, King F2. How would you feel yourself, putting yourself with the black pieces? Okay, my opponent has played E3, F3, King E2, King F2, and what I have done with my life. I mean, he's
Anish Giri in the background cannot believe what just happened.
Did we see that one? Like, did you catch it?
Yeah, I saw him and he was like, trying to see what is happening here.
You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, I'm not
Bonkloud on CGC. The final task that you have to solve on your way to earning $50,000.
Anish is laughing here. He's like, why am I not playing Duda?
I know, right?
Yeah, because he is also not like, he's not 3x0 to his opponent here. So there's also a reason behind playing.
You need to be 3-0
with F2.
Yeah.
Also,
does anyone know why is it called Bonkloud?
Let's say you are, because it looks like a Bonkloud, no?
Oh,
it looks like a bonk, right? Whatever.
I thought it's like.
I didn't know it was a trick question. I just answered spontaneously.
Knight e8. So he wants to go f5, f.
Like ideally, it should be f3, king f2. No, like it should like if you want to look at the how
The
it should be
shape.
called. So the shape, yeah.
I have a trivia question for all the chat members here, and if someone finds it, then maybe Rakesh can help them get like a membership of some sort. How can Black checkmate White if White's first four moves are? I'm gonna show it on the screen. White's first four moves are f3,
What have we come to
g2,
in life?
king g3, king h4.
Oh, this is interesting. So,
And
how
This
does
is
Black
not very easy
checkmate?
also.
And when White plays king to h4, Black will deliver checkmate. And until then, all legal moves will be played. So until the end of the show, if there is anyone who finds this, then maybe Rakesh can help give them some subscription.
Yeah, then we
As
have
a
a
fun
diamond
trivia.
membership waiting for you.
Give away for sure. This is very difficult. I
Yeah.
remember, I think it was Sureshkhar Ganguly
Yeah.
who always used to give some sort of weird puzzles, yeah, and it used to take forever to solve these. And I remember taking this took me almost a tournament. Like because okay, you're playing, you're preparing, and then you're thinking a little bit here and there, and then you're getting frustrated of it. Then you're not thinking for 2 days. Then again you're trying to think for 1 hour. Then you're not, So it took me like basically on and off. It took me about like the whole tournament. And then I was so fed up.
But
Like,
what are the terms and conditions? Like, you can't, like, for example, can you have
Google
a
it?
bishop on d6, like f3, e6, king f2? You can you play bishop d6 here?
All
Because
moves are legal, so you cannot make bishop.
All moves are legal.
so White's moves need to be legal when White goes on this pathway from king f to king g3, king
Black's
f4.
moves also. Black's moves also.
So I can just very quickly update, like tell you that f3, e6, king f2. You cannot play bishop d6 and stop king g3. So all moves have to be legal.
Inspired by Duda, yeah?
Yes,
This
inspired
puzzle.
by Duda. This is a very interesting thing for you to say. G3 rook e8 played, and I think that we can. This game has already such a big lead that maybe we can have a look.
To be honest, like to conclude this position. To be honest, I don't see any clearer pattern how Black is like much better. Maybe Black is better because he has big center. He is slightly ahead in development, but like concretely, I don't see where the Black has this knockout blow here.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe White has played all the stupid things,
No, but
White is
just
still
look
not
at
lost.
how White is playing. I mean,
Again, White
this
has played
bishop on
stupid
b7,
things, but White is not
the
lost.
bishop on
That is the sorry,
I mean,
Srinath.
yeah.
You really want to get this bishop on b6 into the game, yeah? Some c6, bishop c7, move this c6 knight away. Knight e7, maybe try and get it to f5. And also the important thing is, okay, this opening is bad, but it doesn't lose in two moves. And I think it's important to also not try and find, and particularly seek a knockout blow. Just keep playing. Don't play as if you want to punish your opponent, but just keep playing like a normal game. And that is one of the very important psychological pitfalls to not fall into.
Yeah.
Very important. Very well said, Srinath. Like, especially, against playing against 1b3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that actually happened to Anish once, He played against AD and he just really wanted to punish AD.
On it.
And
but in general, very well said, because sometimes we have all been guilty of it, that because in general sport persons are very emotional in that sense that we only care about winning and losing, and also we also care about we have big egos in general, like all sport persons. It doesn't have to be a very big sport person. It doesn't have to be like the greatest sports person of any level, but everybody has an ego, like in sports. So when this ego, if you touch it, it's going to burst. Like whenever it's like a bubble. if you put a pin on it, so this bomb cloud is like that bubble of pin. It's like whoever comes close to it can burst open. So this bomb cloud is the same thing, where this position when f3, king e2, king f2, where if you don't win it with black pieces, you feel like you're going to burst open. But again, what Srinath mentioned, you don't feel it like that. You're a sports person, you're a professional. You should just try to take it as a move by move. Just think, okay, your opponent has played this move. What is my best possible move? Just think in those directions rather than take it among yourself that, okay, what kind of thing my opponent is doing, I should punish him or all those things.
And we have Nihal's game starting. He has played his favorite London system, and black has chosen the queen b6, queen b3 setup. And we've seen this in many of Nihal's games. So
London is also a good opening, I must say.
Sorry?
London is also a good opening, I must say.
It's also a good city.
Yeah, I mean, if for some reason you're not able
very
to
good
play
city.
Catalan, then
Very good city. Very good city. Not into diving into anything. Very good city. Amazing city. Everybody should visit London. If they have the time and the money, everybody should visit London.
Have we also seen this position in Ding Liren's game? Like something very similar. Very
Nihal Ding match?
Yeah.
I was
but
not
in general,
commentating on
what
that
is your-
match, so.
Oh, so sorry, Srinath. But what do you do as white pieces here? What do you do? What are the plans in general? Because I see one very bad bishop, clear. This decent bishop is not really working. But also, I see a very good structure in the center, like this pawn formation of e3, d4, c3, where bishop on e7 is also not really doing a much, and bishop on f4 is doing a very good job, like protecting all this diagonal. But still, to form a plan as white, still I don't see a direct plan as white. Although I played many London myself, but still, when it comes to horse's mouth, because I know you have written a course on it. So let's talk about it. Like, how do you play as white pieces?
At some point, I think you need to break somewhere. You need to have a pawn break either on c4 or e4. Right now, it's not so easy to achieve this because there is this white pawn on d4, the black pawn on c5. So usually, white has to start with dc5 and then either break with c4 or e4. Now, right now, all the action is clearly focused on this queen side. This rook f c8, rook f c1. Both these moves indicating that at some point we are looking towards a c4 break. And
right,
both the sides are just waiting.
Go on further, I have another question, because the queen are just looking into each other. So with both white and black, do you want to take as black? Do you want to take as white? And back and forth, like how do you evaluate for both the sides? Let's say if black takes on b3 or if white takes on b6, because that's the most obvious question right now, because just queen are just looking into each other right now.
Yeah, if black takes on b3, I think it can just give a bit of space for white. Then white will be able to continue on with dc5, b4, b5, and the a file gets opened up. So I think that's not in black's best interest.
Maybe we can quickly show it. Maybe you can quickly show it, Harshit. Like if black takes on b3,
so let's
queen
say
b3 maybe.
Yeah, queen b3, a b3.
Maybe something, and then white wants to take dc5, b4, knight b3, something.
Yeah. b4 and even just b5, getting control of the e5 square.
Just
basically getting more squares.
C6. Yeah. Looks like
and the same way, if let's say if white takes on b6, because this is very important thematic question, because generally people don't understand like when to exchange things. So here both of them are not exchanging queens.
Yeah.
So
why
they
opens the a file for black? So this also opens yeah, exactly. The same thing. And here, if white is able to get some b3 break or something like that and open things up, then it's acceptable. But if white is not in a position to do that, this can also be counterproductive because the c3 pawn gets weak.
Yep.
So if black is able to defend with b5, then it can go wrong.
We have a lot
for
of moves in the meanwhile. A5.
Sure,
Queen
let's
B2
come
back.
back to.
Wow.
Wow. This is very interesting because what happened in the game?
This King F1. Wow, that is incredible maneuver.
See, I knew it all along.
B6. So the question.
I knew it all along what is
we
going
don't
to
have
happen.
this B4, which DC5 we were mentioning, and also DC5 can be in some cases met by BC5. But the biggest point is that DC5, BC5, we don't have this B4 anymore.
But also you have this b5 square because the pawn has been pushed to a5 square. So you have some in some level the b5 square can be useful, but I don't get this knight e1 move.
If we just
so
look
much.
at this, it
Knight
looks
c2,
like
knight a3, knight b5.
Yeah, very nice. Wow.
Oh wow! You know, I wanted to do the other way around: the knight b1, knight a3, knight b5.
Wow.
But maybe this is also.
But guys, if you look at it, it looks like a Fisher random.
But I think he wants to play knight d3. I think for some reason I feel
that
this is not
seems
his
more
plan.
likely because
Yeah.
the knight goes to a3, black can just stop it with knight a7 in one move. Yeah, so it might be a very long journey with no purpose.
Maybe it is a bit of a decoy, yeah? Like knight c2 and. I used to play a game like sort of a video game before where there used to be like it used to be called Commandos. There used to be one guy who used to have a power of like sort of a decoy. His name was decoy, or like he has a power of decoy where. No. The game was called Commandos.
Acha.
There were like 4 or 5 commandos and everybody has separate powers. So this guy would have like this power where, if somebody like all the group is going to do something, you can have a decoy where you just put something this side and you just shield yourself and you have this sort of power that everybody comes here and then at least those people can, go inside and do some damage or something like that. So I feel this sort of a move is sort of a decoy where you don't really understand what is happening. But once the knight comes, but I mean, I don't know whether the knight is going to come to d3 or to
I don't see how
to c2.
If he takes, like, let's say, I don't see
right now I would actually consider even CD. I would not mind not considering CD right now. ED is a very good option. Actually, no offense to that, but I would try to also consider CD right now. But probably rook c8 and then I would reconsider to.
Because
just because there was a.
By the way,
just because there was a pin
like this, or like let's say just a random move, is knight d4 a threat? Probably, right? Too much.
Seems so, yeah. It is a threat. Bishop and b5 counters, I check. This is quite pretty actually.
Yeah.
But we have some moves in the game. The light square bishops are also off. Yeah. And it seems like Nihal has very little. Yeah, the advantage feels so incredibly small.
I just don't know how white will ever, like, I don't know. I don't see what black. So I want to take in general.
You can take a thing.
Takes.
And I just wait. Like, I'm curious how, like, let's say I make some move. And I just want to ask.
I mean, eventually I want to play b4. Eventually I want to play b4 and. But also try to understand that.
Can I ever do this?
Yeah. Even that's what I said. Eventually I want to play b4. I didn't say right away. So I want to put my piece in the way that my b2 pawn is very much protected. So maybe I would try to put my king on c2. Like, again, it's a matter of like, how you perceive this position. For me, I feel again black doesn't have any direct counterplay, and the only pawn breaks in this position are with white.
Can I ever try to do rook a7 and a4 here?
But you're just helping me in that sense, no? Like, I just try to change. The more pieces I change here, the better it'll be for me, because then I can try to bring my king in, in the queen side, and I'm not worried about getting some checks or getting checkmated, Yeah. So I think for black, he should try to have some sort of active counterplay on the king side, but it's easier said than done because there is no breaks. Whereas white always has a break, and only he can, try to change the character of the position. Whereas black can sit. I'm not saying that black is worse here. Black is for sure not worse. Black is maybe slightly better, but just in when you have limited time, it all comes to who changes the position at what point.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say both have 2 minutes. If suddenly Nihal changes the position, it will be very difficult for Sam to take control back of that position.
Yeah. E4, wow.
So he's trying to force things, which is sensible, because he wants to force things when he has some time, and not literally at the end of his time, because this position can go forever. Oh, he has taken it. I would actually wait for some time to take, but okay. So now let's
This
say
is getting interesting now. Yeah, you have this e4 pawn, like
or
96. Yeah, 96. Yeah. Sorry,
and
Srinath,
now
you were saying something?
e4.
E4.
Yeah, it's just gotten a lot more interesting. Yeah, now there is something to play for both sides. White has this pawn on e4, and black has the pawns on b5,
Knight
b4.
f4, guys. He decided that the knight is better placed on f4
to support the advance of the central pawns.
Yeah, I always wonder if like maybe like black might try to like break this, or does he just not want to ever try to, like, of course not now, but will he try to ever consider this, or will he just focus on the queen side with moves like knight d6?
I tried to get b5 b4 on this side. Black.
Yeah,
get my knights like knight d6, something like this, and then b5, and start
knight
preparing
b5
b5
actually, e4 b5. So as we speak, it has all been played out. We cannot go b4 right.
But unless if we can do like both b4 a4 together, I don't think b4 is an asset for black. b4 is more like a weakness, because it gives you a like for a4, white it gets yeah. So let's say a4, then you lose this b4 square. b4 you lose this a4 square, unless you don't have this knight on b6. I don't see a way where
and if you do this, I think I have this. Because if you take,
I don't really have to do this, but
maybe I don't.
Yeah, maybe you have it anyway. I don't know. But I was just trying to make a point that for a4 there is a blockade. For b4 there is again a blockade.
He played g4.
A4 was played.
And g4 played.
A4 is a peculiar move. Like, seeing what has happened, a4.
But you're getting a3 by force, no? Like rook a7 now.
I mean, knight b1 you don't really want. I would just think. Like knight c6, I guess.
e4 hangs. Yeah. So e4 hangs.
Rook a3, there is b4.
Yeah, rook a3. Don't it? Oh, it's first of all black to move. So rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7. After rook a7, I'm saying.
Tell me e5. E5. What is happening? E5. What is happening? First of all.
E5.
If I go e5.
After rook a7.
He went knight.
Yeah, after rook a7. Yeah, he wants to put knight to b3, which is more sensible.
So he wants to go like this.
To me, sorry guys, it is more sensible just to put the knight here and not to commit. That. So that's the whole point of all these guys. They don't really commit to the position. Like, they want to put more and more pressure without really committing to any direct things. Like, for me, a5, a4 is a very committal decision. But now I see why he went there, because he wants to put knight to b3. And again, rook a7, a3 is very committal decision, whereas your position is completely fine. Like, if you see, normally strategically, if you try to assess the position, your king safety, your pawn, everything is even.
Oh, yeah, I'm also wondering the same thing. Why did
Harshit doesn't care. Harshit doesn't care. Whatever I'm saying.
No, I mean, we get it, but knight g2 is like we just don't get that.
Like, this is very strange, yeah.
He wants to put his knight to b4.
Yeah, but this feels so strange, no? Knight g2. Like, maybe he just wants to go some f4. I don't know.
Also f4, but knight. I think his main idea is first to put this knight to c2, and then think.
Block black's play on the
I feel
side, yeah?
Nihal is one of the younger guys who is very classical, like E5. In the sense how he approaches chess. Like, his understanding is opening or whatever, like how he plays, it feels very classical. Somehow he cannot make bad, like how to say, not bad moves, but like he can make bad moves, but he cannot make ugly moves.
What is E5? What if I
Where
take?
Knight c5, I think. Knight c5 and knight d3.
yeah,
The other knight comes to g6, and
this
you're
is
just getting in all these squares.
this is not
Sam has
Nihal.
been playing
Nihal will not do.
incredibly strong, no, today? Like, he's very accurate.
No, E5 is not an easy move to
I
make.
mean-
Very hard.
But again, like coming, see, so he understands the position. Like if white goes e4, f4, next move. Let's just say if black doesn't play, just put this e5 move before back. If I just play f4, what is your counter play as black? It's not very easy to understand. Knight a5 b3 is of course an idea, but okay, then what? You're still sort of stuck. I Let's say I take on b3, maybe I'll try to then bring the knight e1 to d3 to b4. And if I sort of protect this sort of counter play, then of course I'm better in the center. So long term, White is thinking long term. And of course, Sam understands that short term, maybe he's doing good. But if the game goes 10 moves ahead and still the similar position arises, then he can be a little bit worse. So that's why he understands all this and he plays e5, which is very natural. If you think all this long term, in the sense that, see, White, oh, nice, exclamation, double exclamation mark, Harshit. You didn't understand this. Why did you say this? It's a brilliant move.
Sorry?
At first, you didn't understand this move, right?
It's just after you explained it to me, it became even more apparent how, like, if
I didn't finish my explanation. But yeah, e5, like, yeah, it sort of restricts white some space. Also, it gives black direct counterplay, which is what black wants in this kind of positions.
Right. And once again, it looks like black is outplaying white, yeah, in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially the last few moves. E5 is just very unpleasant for Nihal to face, I think. And if he goes d5, trying to get a protected passed pawn, then black has this very nice way to blockade it with a knight on d6, which will also look at the e4 pawn, which has become
probably the other knight, maybe knight c8, knight d6, and then the other knight comes to c5.
Yeah, this knight goes to c5.
That's a very nice, very nice idea. Bring this knight here. This knight.
Yeah.
And knight e3, you can just play g6.
But again, very difficult position for white. Like once you play e5 as black, I mean, to be honest, like all this while I've been liking white's position. But once I see e5 on the board,
it changes everything.
Sort of not very easy to make moves for white anymore. Like before, it was very natural. You put knight to g2. I wanted to put this knight e3, knight c2, knight to b4,
went f4.
maybe f4. And
he went f4
I think
anyway.
He has to be a little bit. Yeah, he cannot be any more pragmatic as white. Nihal in this position. He has to go all in right now. He cannot just be like, okay, I missed this, I played this, okay, I can do this and that, I can still put pressure. No, he has to. This is like all in or all out. Like it is like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this move f4 was played after a 4-minute thought, showing how effective this e5 was by Sam. And the position has transitioned towards a situation where it's just so much easier to play as black.
This might be a little overextended, I think, is one. Also, like, maybe...
Also, the position has transformed in a way that it's not anymore strategic. Like, when I say strategically, I mean king safety and pawn structure in general. So, if you say pawn structure, like black is winning that race. Black has clear majority on the queen side, where if you just leave those pawns, they will queen by themselves. Whereas white cannot queen his pawns in the center. So that is a clear majority. Whereas also white king is not safe. I mean, of course, it's an end game, but still he has to, take care of the king. in general. There could be some check, there could be some knight sacrifice, some check, and then you lose your rook or the b2 pawn, which is very important. So all in all, as Srinath was pointing out, it's very now it has just changed completely, like 360 degrees. Like now it is very easy for black to play this position rather than white, and white has to make all the difficult moves which black was making like in last let's say 4-5 moves before the e5 move.
Huge game, because this is the last game of the day, and if Sevian manages to take this one home, then that would mean that he would be up 2 points going into the final day with only 4 rounds remaining, giving him almost a decisive advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely. Nihal, it would get very difficult for him if he loses this game. Also, with he's struggling with white. Yeah, I mean he's been quite comfortable with black, but he's struggling with white, which is again a very interesting phenomenon which we probably didn't expect.
Do you think it has to do with his new grown mustache? We all struggled once, when we were growing up with the mustaches. So, I mean, I can see, so I can see, I can see Harshit is still struggling with it, but.
Wow! Oh my god! I didn't see that shot being fired.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought I was
difficult when you're living alone.
Oh my god. Very interesting.
There we see Nihal adjusting his headphone, and you also see this little Akshay Kalpa logo. He will need a lot of that power to come back in this match.
Milk is very important.
Yeah,
in this life.
Milk or yogurt or whatever. But he will need some kind of a inspired charge.
Because so far it seems that Sevian is milking white's position here with knight on c5 and b4.
Wow. I was waiting for this. I was waiting for Harshit to say this. But yeah, good one, Harshit.
True.
As soon as Srinath mentioned Akshay Kalpa, I was like, come on, Harshit, this is your chance. But yeah,
black has to be careful not to play knight d3 in the previous position. Yeah, that would have been a blunder.
Yeah.
Just
very tempting.
It like knight d3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the c7
always resist the temptations.
That's what you're doing, living alone, Rashid.
Instead of falling into that pin, now black attacks the e4 pawn and threatens knight into d5, attacking the e1 knight. Using
this is a bit. I was, actually, I was thinking rook e3, but also I see that it also falls to knight d5.
Oh, now
maybe you can quickly show. Yeah. So the pin on e1 is a pin on the e5 is quite deadly here.
No, this is actually a huge moment. Actually,
No, I was actually thinking about rook e3 because I don't see a move here. Or do I have to play knight c4 here in general? Like,
I
don't see any other move.
But knight c4 black is not obliged to recapture.
Maybe one.
Rook e4 is also.
But I'm not lost after this, according to the bar which is going up and down. But I don't see any other move other than knight c4. Yeah, yes.
I can just take, no? No, I cannot.
No. D6 immediately instead of knight c4.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think?
Okay, so you can take knight c4 later also, yeah? Like put your pawns on d6 and e5. It was sync.
Yeah.
Just rook.
But I wanted to say one thing. Like, do you think Nihal would be happy to just take a draw and just go back 2.5, 1.5? That is okay because tomorrow is another day. Because this is like very close, Because if he loses this, it is very close to be just over, Like Harshit was also pointing out.
Yeah, in this position, I think he'll certainly be happy to salvage a draw. Sevian goes for rook d7. I was expecting rook e6, but rook d7. Now
Yeah.
e5, and I think black intends f6. So
And we have a
white.
clean sweep. Clean sweep and Hikaru versus Duda
4-0.
4-0. Whitewash.
Yeah. Rook d7. You have to play e5 now, yeah? Or are you still thinking of knight c4?
Again, knight c4, as you said, yeah. You don't have to take on c4 immediately. You have many other moves like
Wait,
knight
knight
e4
c4,
is a
there is just
possibility.
knight b3, no?
Yeah, I mean knight b3, knight e4. There are many moves for black in general. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, even knight
so
e4, you're
it's
right.
not really.
Yeah, not easy for white.
You don't have to take. So e5, I think you have to play. But again, f6, the same question arises now. Yeah, what do you do now?
F6 takes rook c4 on the board, guys.
Yeah, I think this is the crunch point. But again, my problem is, I mean, not a problem, but this is just like a little bit upset from Nihal that why Sevian has like 5 minutes 42 seconds at this point of the game.
Yeah.
He should not have that much time on his clock.
Yeah.
I understand Nihal has this 44 seconds. I would much rather have if Nihal has 1 minute and Sam has 2 minutes. That is fine. But not like 6 minutes where he can figure out things.
That's a big advantage, yeah.
Yeah, certainly like when you're playing 15 minutes game.
But still some chances there for white to draw.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's still, I think, some fight left. These knights on a6 and c5 are quite awkward. And regarding the time situation, yes, it's upsetting for Nihal, but also I think credit to Sam. He's played very fast and he's played very precise as well. He's set problems. He's made it difficult for Nihal. These moves like e5, which just broke his momentum. Until that point, Nihal was the one having more time, but he just played a very strong move, which not only took advantage, but it also messed up Nihal's position so badly that Nihal had to spend a lot of time to find a move.
Also, I've seen strategy always been like when getting a chance, always taking the most aggressive, be it e5 in that position or be it in the previous games. Like he's always going for the bull sword. So he's always like, come what may, I'm just going to go for it. And come what may, I feel it is a clever strategy, especially against Nihal, because we all know like Nihal has been very solid. Like this is his forte, yeah. To be like grinding out this, small positional edge over and over again. So yeah, I mean, Sam has done some sort of homework at least. I don't know what and all he has done, but it feels like he actually prepared for it, not necessarily opening wise, but like the game wise in general. And again, like credit goes where it's due, and I just feel, like somehow Nihal, like escape this one, and like tomorrow it's a fresh day, and 1 point really margin anything can happen.
Yeah, this is a very important game for Nihal to save. You're absolutely right. And because if he just goes one match down into tomorrow's game, he definitely will have good chances to save. 2 matches down, I don't think will be.
Yeah, that will be quite difficult to come back from. Absolutely.
Rook b2 and
what is going on the board? The pawns are pushing. Push him.
Maybe he just wants to play rook e6, rook e6, knight e6, rook a4. I don't see how to queen the can you queen
rook e6? Can I not go d7?
Rook b8.
Oh wow.
And then rook is okay. Rook b8.
Yeah, the b8 rook is defended.
But rook b8, rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6, knight e6, rook c8, knight d8.
Yeah.
Or even move over the king, king f7.
So maybe I have to take on a4 and try to make a draw. But yeah, it's very it's probably.
Yeah, when you have 14 seconds.
Wait,
rook d8. Sorry, rook c8 and knight d4. I don't know why it is over.
Yeah, it's not. And actually, so he's thinking here. We were looking at the variation rook e6, knight e. Sir, rook e6.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to make this work, no, as black, because
Also with white, yeah. What else can you do?
right.
So rooks. No, rooks. I was thinking rook c8 and knight d4. How is it over? Like why it is over?
Rook c8, king
Just
h7, can I
knight
play?
d8. No, knight d8. Yeah. No, king h.
Yeah,
My
knight.
point was knight d4, and then anyway, if you play knight d8, it's the same thing.
Yeah, right.
E6 knight d4 played. Some moves haven't been played here.
He played rook b8 first, understandable. Knight d4 and rook d8. Now he can't push the d7 pawn because e3 is hanging. Just knight takes d7. Very safe play by Sam. Yeah, he just didn't need to calculate anything. Just goes and attacks the d6 pawn.
3 seconds.
And Nihal has to give up the d pawn. He takes the a4 pawn. Knight c5. Now black just needs
Probably
to take the
rook
e6 pawn out.
Yeah. Knight c5, rook a7. Maybe he has some knight f5. Maybe he can try to.
Yeah.
If he can pick up g7 pawn, then some chances of holding to a draw.
It's not over.
Still
it's
some
not
slim
over.
chances.
Yeah, it's definitely a fight here.
But the chances are almost as slim as Nihal.
No, it is. It is better than that. I feel.
Look, he's fighting. Knight e6 runs into knight e7.
Yeah, knight e6 runs into knight e7, and
so it's a fight. If he manages to hold, I mean, it's an extremely good save.
Yeah, it is. Then it is not easy at all. Yeah, how do you?
Yeah, actually,
how do you defend g7?
So knight e6.
Do you start with some knight e4 check?
Yeah.
Knight e4 check. King. Okay.
f4. Let's say king f4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Knight e4 doesn't feel good.
Oh, apparently king f4 is not a great move. But...
So he played knight c4 check. King f3.
And Nihal has 5 seconds to find this move.
Wow. Something. Play something.
Wow. Rook f8. King f8.
Yeah, rook e6. Yeah. This is what I was expecting. And now some rook g6.
He played it.
Knight g5.
Complicated position.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Rook d2, can you play as black?
Wow. Rook d2, maybe
rook e4, no?
Rook f6.
Oh! Yeah, but rook e4 also works, I think.
Rook e4 also.
Rook f.
Also interesting. Very nice. Knight g5 check played. King f4 cannot be played because of knight d5. King e2.
No. The Nihal is not going to lose. See, this is what
knight
I wanted.
D5, like... King e2. No, king what to do? King f2.
King what to do? Okay.
If he plays king e2, he would lose.
No, but in general, this is what I wanted. Like Sam being like 15-20 seconds and Nihal, okay, 5 seconds enough.
Then Nihal will trick for sure, yeah. And now just okay.
I mean, trick to make a draw, right?
Yeah. Okay, it's still a very good result.
Yeah.
Don't get mated only.
Yeah, it's
now you don't need to be a bit careful though.
No.
Yeah, with black, yeah.
Yeah, with either colors. When there's knight, you have to be careful no matter what.
Push or no? Push.
Yeah, push. King h6, king
pushes,
g7.
then push.
No, king g4, there is some check.
No, this is safer. Just make a draw, Nihal. Next game
knight
is...
Yeah, now I think even Sam wouldn't mind making a draw, and he does it with knight e3 check.
Exactly.
King h5.
Exactly.
No, this is an amazing save. Wow.
Exactly.
Okay, g6, sure.
Nihal Sarin.
Okay, the give checks, yeah. No, he's playing for
he doesn't want to. No, he doesn't want to play against rook and knight versus rook. So
yeah,
but you have to be careful. Yeah, the mating nets with the rook and knight.
Last time. I mean, king.
Yesterday I won a game with rook and knight against the rook.
Ooh. So he's some still. I mean, of course, Nihal has played too many bullet games and blitz games for him to not know this, but it's still always tricky.
Yeah, it is tricky. I think just keep the rook and king a bit far away from each other.
Yeah, I like what he's doing so far.
There was some technique against the rook and knight versus rook in defense. I mean, we all know how to defend the rook and knight versus rook, but to articulate it into a technique to teach others that there was
I think
something.
just pin the knight in
Yeah,
general.
this is the same defensive rook, and you go here in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Yeah, but
So
it's a lot easier than with the rook.
then with the bishop. Yeah.
you mean with the
Yeah,
knight?
sorry, than with the bishop. I mean, it's a lot easier to defend against the knight rather than against the bishop.
Yeah. For sure. I've drawn once with the knight.
No, but look, now it's not so easy. Okay, he finds a nice.
Why?
I mean,
the problem is
5 seconds.
you should try to keep a pawn, of white. Then there is no stalemate tricks. So when white tries to queen the pawn, you try to mate him.
Right.
A long time ago, a very strong grandmaster from India. For a very long time, he was India number 2, Hari Krishna. I don't know which is his ranking right now. He was like saying, keep that pawn. Many people lose because of that pawn.
He actually did that in a game against Parham, yeah, but that was the two knights.
Yeah.
Oh, that was incredible game.
But yeah, that's the whole concept. Like when people start to become ambitious, that's where you pounce them. Not ambitious, but ambitious in the sense like they want to get it over with, draw quickly. There is no draw quickly.
Yeah, you have to
in this
give
kind
them
of
some
endgame.
bait. Yeah.
Yeah. How many moves they have played?
A lot.
I think they are quite close. The chat is on a different tangent. Yeah, they started talking about cricket.
King E8.
I guess the 50 more rule brought memories of 50-over cricket.
And if this was a bishop, then it would have been
2020
probably
going on.
lost.
Knight d5.
Oh wow!
And it's a draw by 50 more rule. So
Very
Nihal
nice.
has managed to save that game. Nihal OP chat. What a save there. That was incredibly skillful defense from Nihal. And with that, he keeps a pretty decent chance going into day 2 of the quarterfinal of the Chess.com Global Championship.
Yeah, I mean, just to summarize, today it was not a day for sure by any stuff. Save such kind of positions is very important in life or in like any sport. Sometimes 0-0 is very good result in football rather than losing 2-0. So this was typical that day when somebody was not playing well and when somebody was struggling. Still, he managed to diffuse the situation and just take it to a 1 game margin, which is still good because tomorrow we have another 4 game. We have best of eight games. So whoever gets 4.5 is going to proceed to the next match. So yeah, all to play for tomorrow. Yeah, I mean Nihal played well, but again, like Sam was so much better today. Like much better. Like I don't see there was any comparison, guys, today, no, between them.
Yeah. Sam was the better player, but as they say, live today, fight tomorrow. And Nihal, on his bad day, has managed to survive well enough to keep the contest alive for tomorrow. Kind of interesting phenomenon there. Nihal down 2.5, 1.5, a loss with white. And Andrekin down by 3-1 in his match against Wesley. So Wesley So is leading. And Wesley also won both the games with the black pieces. So overall, more black wins today than white.
Yeah, and
Nihal was struggling with both his white games, like just to point it out because of your black reference.
Yeah, and it seems like black did very well today, but tomorrow is going to be a new day and new opportunities for all the ones trailing in their match, except for I guess Hikaru because he's already 4-0 up. And thanks a lot, Srinath and Abhijit, for joining together with me. It was a lot of fun commenting with you. And we look forward to coming back tomorrow at 9:15 p.m.
Thank you so much, guys. And I had a lot of fun with you guys, like Srinath and Lonely Harshit, if I should call you from now on, or maybe Chad should call you. But yeah, a lot of fun with you guys. And thank you very much for having me here. And yeah, we'll have a lot of fun tomorrow as well. Same time, same place. Be here. And if you haven't, please like and subscribe because this is what we do for you guys. And yeah, it would be helpful if you could appreciate it a little bit just by liking or subscribing to the channel. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much, Harshit, Abhijit, and Chat.